Yeah, I do. And welcome back to Higurashi Watanagashi-hen. So, yeah, after what happened last week, I had to end a chapter, but hopefully we could continue on for 4 hours straight, or depending on how long the last chapter is, but let's get started. The next day, it was a strange day where Mion was desperate to regain her composure. Every time our eyes met, she would say that she had something to do, or that she had to use the washroom and run off. Unable to just watch, Rena was taking care of her the entire time. Mion-san, she's acting totally strange today. I know the whole story, but it's hard to explain. There are times when girls are emotionally unstable. It's best to just leave her alone. Running around, I saw Rena calling me from the hallway. I wonder what it was. Keiji-kun, over here, over here. Yeah, I know. And hello to everyone in the stream. Welcome and enjoy the show. What is it calling me over like this? Is it a secret? That is... Looks like it was a disaster. Yeah. Mi-chan seemed pretty broken, but I somehow got her working again. I'm surprised you managed it. How did you exactly... Same way I do with the television. Just come at it from a 45-degree angle and hi-ya! Saying that, she made a choppy motion. You know I can't tell if you're joking or not, right? She'll be fine by tomorrow. Also, there's something I want you to do, Keiji-kun. I didn't meant to do anything wrong, but I feel guilty. I'm listening. Thanks. You see, Mi-chan is just going to pretend the last few days never happened. Never happened, huh? I see. Well, that's one way to run from it. So you see, Keiji-kun, could you pretend to? Then Mi-chan can go back to normal. Just nothing as simple as that? Is it really going to be okay? Please, until Mi-chan gets her feelings in order, just go with it. Okay, I got it. Even though I shouldn't have been at fault, for some reason I feel guilty. The one at fault was the one who knew about the entire situation and pretended to be Mion for the entire day, Shion. But she never once said that she was Mion. What am I supposed to be angry at? Seeing me stomping the ground impatiently, Rena giggled. But Keiji-kun, you knew as well. That Mi-chan has some cute things about her. Rena talked in a calm voice as her hair rustled in the wind. Yeah, I know she'll never let it be boring. Good. Following this curt reply, Rena looked at the sky and stretched. As long as you realize that, Keiji-kun, these past few days will soon be nothing more than a story to laugh about. Copying Rena, I began to stretch as I look at the sky. The clear sky towered into the distance. Yeah, indeed. There's no club activities or anything today. I'm sorry, Keiji-kun, but just for today, you go home by yourself? It'll be all back to normal by tomorrow, so just for today, okay? If it all took for everything to go back to normal was to leave Mion alone for today, then it was an easy decision to make. Got it. I can't say it directly to Mion, so I'll say it to you. I feel kinda guilty about it, so I want to apologize. Ah, no! The root of the problem was Keiji-kun saying something insensitive, right? So if you learned anything from this, you need to look at a bit into gaining a sense of delicacy. Right, I'll try. That day was the shortest day of my life. Rena was talking to Mion while accompanying her around the entire time. It looked like a really fun conversation, so I reflexively thought about joining in, but I made a promise not to. It seemed that Mion was also trying her best to ignore me. So, likewise, I did my best to ignore her. For the first time in a while, I ate lunch alone. Mio and Rena ate theirs by themselves. As I let out a sigh in my ashen mood, Rika-chan came over and patted me on the head. Both Keiji and me learned a whole lot. I never say it like that. It made it sound like we were having romantic problems. I didn't like that one bit. Hopefully the teacher wouldn't notice and call us to the staff room after school or something. I'm sure that Keiji will grow up to be a wonderful adult. Pat pat. Rika-chan is the studious type, so maybe he'll grow up to be an amazingly wonderful adult. Alright, I had the screenshot set to a different keyboard because I couldn't find key bindings for Warhammer. Of course. When I grow up, I'll be super amazing. Don't mind me all the screenshots. When I grow up, I'll be an amazing lady, you know. No matter how old you get, you'll still be a brat. You can put money on it. What did you say? Wait, what do you mean, Maroon? As Satoko snapped her fingers, a wash basin fell above, hitting me squarely in the head. Ow! What did you think you're doing, Satoko? Oh god, that note! Bang, smash, pinch, squeeze. It was a day I could thoroughly appreciate the value of having friends. Had to turn the lights off, though. Oh. Today was Saturday, so school ended in a blink of an eye. It felt really good to go home with the sun so high in the sky. On the other day, our club act would have been up to mischief during an ample after school time. But today, Rika-chan had a rehearsal for tomorrow's Watanagashi to go to. How is that going, Rika-chan? Do you have it down in practice? I'll try harder than last year. Oh god, that voice crack. You were so exhausted and sweaty after last year's ceremony. She'll look far more fit for the role this year. Please look forward to the fruits of her training. The Watanagashi festival everyone had been talking about was tomorrow, wasn't it? The festival being in June felt a little early to me, but on the onset of summer came quickly this year, so it fit the image of the summer festival pretty well. Okay, we'll be off then. Yeah, indeed. Look forward to tomorrow. Good day to you all. Satoko and Rika-chan waved to us energetically, then left. You know, I never asked. Where is this festival happening anyway? I don't remember there being anywhere around here that seemed suited for hosting one. They do it at the Furude Shrine. We went here for a walk one day, remember? It was that place with the really good view. Oh, right, I remember. There was a shrine all the way up on that hill. Wasn't there? It seemed far too grand for Hinamizawa. There's a great meeting hall in the shrine too. The older people get together there and sing karaoke or practice calligraphy from time to time. It's more like a recreational facility than a simple shrine. I see. I guess it makes sense that it looks so grand then. Mi-chan, is your family going to help set up today? Yep, we have male hands for that. Most of our relatives come from town to help. Male hands, huh? Well, I mean, I have nothing at home today, so... Would it be a problem if I squirm my way in there to help out too? Huh? You want to help us, Kei-chan? Not if it'll bother you all. I was just kind of interested. We had bond dances and other festivals in the town I used to live in, but I didn't know where they took place, much less wanted to help. You could say that I absolutely had no connection to the region. Having come to Hinamizawa, though, it made me feel like this place was a home that I had returned to. Before I knew it, I harbored a little interest in the small community activity of preparing for a festival the day before. I wonder if you'll be able to, Keiji-kun. There's a lot of building tents and setting up chairs. I hear it's a pretty hard physical labor. I mean, I wouldn't be able to be doing it alone, right? The more hands we have, the faster it'll go. Mion looked happy to hear that, but at the same time, her expression was complex, tinged with hesitation. Rena gave her the last push for me. It's decided then. You should go for it, Keiji-kun. He's all yours, Mi-chan. Put him through the ringer. Well, I can't argue with the recommendation from Rena. Okay then, go home first, put on some work clothes, and come to the shrine. Oh, and you might want to bring a towel to wipe your sweat too. Got it. I may look scrawny, but I actually quite like breaking a sweat under the hot sun. Careful you don't hurt your back, okay? Right? Enough of my old man spiel. I'll go to the shrine too as soon as I change. Mi-chan, you do your best too. Bye-bye. Mion waved vigorously to us and left. Sorry about that, someone is messaging me. Okay, Mion waved vigorously to us and left. As far as I could tell, from her gallant retreating figure, she seemed to have recovered from the weak state she had yesterday. Girls are quick to get over things. Mi-chan is already fine. Right. Her switching back to normal so cleanly really makes it easy for me to talk to her. It was kind of funny though, wasn't it? Kind of like Cinderella. Like, you can't meet her anymore once the magic wears off. Rena began to giggle a bit in amusement. Did she like this sort of thing? Incidentally, me going along with it gave me a weird hard to describe feeling. Did I turn myself into a plaything, or did they do it for me? If you think it's so funny, then you should try pretending to be a different Rena too. Yeah, that sounds like fun. Keiji-kun, what kind of Rena would you like to meet? Yeah, I know, Maroon. One with a bust size of at least 90. Huge honkers. Oh, God. Bet you're okay with me touching. Oh, God. I can't do that. She'd be so great at cooking and make me lunch and come to see me in the mornings. I do that already. I pull Rena's head with a tight grip, then start to pet it. You're Rena Ryugu, right? Rena, not Reina. So you just stay as Rena forever, got it? Thanks. Have fun helping set up the festival. You got it. Let's meet up tomorrow. I got changed right away and slinging a towel around my neck like Mion suggested, I set off for the shrine. At the shrine, there were more people than you would imagine, even live in Hinamizawa, there. All cordoning off areas and setting up tense frameworks, chatting amongst themselves as they did so. Alright, where's Mio? The liveliness of the throng didn't make it easy to look for her. I searched around as if I already worked there, and suddenly the principal called out to me. If it isn't my Barakun, interesting. Have you come to help with the Watanagashi setup? Hello. Yes, I was just wondering if there was anything I could help with. How commendable your attitude is. Feel free to sweat to your heart's content. Spurred on by the principal, I came upon a group of people setting up tents. Oh, what's this? It's my Bara-chan. Did you come all this way to help us? I hadn't found Mion yet, but I suppose I just get her in the way if I run into her. Yeah, I'm here to help. Just tell me where you need me. You young ones have all the vitality. Here, grab some work gloves. Ever built a tent before? No, never. Delighting in teaching a new skill to someone younger, plenty of people happily taught me all sorts of things. Okay, kid, go inside the tent and tie up just the cords to the top. After that, we'll stand it up and tie the rest of them. Butterfly knots are okay, right? There and there. All done? We're standing it up. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, indeed. What was once nothing more than a collapsed tent was raised on 4 splendid legs before my eyes in mere moments. Whoa. Seeing it put like this is actually pretty moving. Come on, no time to stare and wonder. We've got a lot more to do. We packed the tents into the truck, so go get them from there. They're heavy, so take someone with you. Nah, I'm good. I may look scrawny, but I'm actually pretty strong. Yeah, right. Whoa! They look light enough, so I thought they were, but they're heavy. That's why I told you to have someone help. Come on, said the man, lifting up with a grunt and taking it away under his arm. Either I'm weak or these old guys all have superhuman strength. Let's go. You're the youngest one here, so we're going to make you sweat for it. Do your best. Beer after work is the best. I'm a minor. Sweat drip from my body. And thanks for the follow, Lewis. I really appreciate that. Sweat dripped from my body. I had fully and completely absorbed in helping them. I would never thought the cold barley tea from the Women's Society could taste this delicious. You're so young. Make sure you drink a lot. Thank you. It was then that I realized a crowd had formed near the shrine a ways off. When I took a closer look, I saw a girl dressed in shrine maiden garb and a handful of old men looking like they were preparing for the ceremony together. Is that Rika-chan? Hey, Rika-chan! Do your best! That's a typical typo I do. Do you best? It should be do your best. I know this because I do that mistake myself a lot. I see. Anyway, I shouted and it seemed like she heard me. Rika-chan, positively exploding with vitality, answered with a smile. The older guys watched Rika-chan as well, with distant gazes. Rika-chama is doing a great job. She's far more used to this than she did last year. The old lady who gave me the tea claps what looked like prayer beads in her hand and said, Rika-sama, we thank you, we thank you. And just like that, began to respectfully pray to her. Huh? I just remembered that they called it the Furude Shrine. Wasn't Rika-chan's full name Rika Furude? The man standing next to me answered my question. That's right, Rika-chama's Furude clan is ancient and honorable, and has worshipped Oyashiro-sama for generations. Huh. I always gotten the feeling she wasn't quite your average person, but it turned out she was from an esteemed family. After her father, who was the shrine priest, died the year before last, she's really been doing her best to learn the rituals. I wish the priest could have been here to see how wonderfully she's grown up. What? Rika-chan's father passed away? Okay, break time is over. Let's get the chairs we're not using back to the gym in Okinomiya. Maki-san, pull the truck around here and take a few people with you. Alright, Maibara-kun, let's get to work on one last job. Yeah! You're gonna make me do more work? I can't tell if they know I'm a minor or not, but the older men all cheered on me, encouraging me to do my best and that the beer will be great. Yeah, indeed. It's just your typical shrine maiden outfit, Maroon. I don't know, I've always had water usually. Kei-chan working hard, I see. I passed by Mion. She was carrying a big cardboard box, but it looked like she was right in the middle of working as well. Judging by the sweat seeping into her shirt, it seemed I wasn't the only one with his hands full. Yeah, I'm working. You work hard too. The beer is gonna be great. We worked to the bone until the sun began to set and started cooling off. Yeah, I know the music's pretty. It was soon full-fledged night, and the clear sound of the Higurashis, or cicadas in English. And thanks for the follow, Hazel, I really appreciate that. Nah, I think I'm good for now. It was full-fledged night, and the clear sounds of the Higurashis eased the moderate pain I felt. The older guys began their night before drinking party in a tent a fair bit off, and causing quite a ruckus. The shrine grounds, on the other hand, had turned into a lonely row tickled by the cool evening breeze, despite being so festive just a little while ago. The wind felt good. I leaned on one of the guardian dogs at the front of the shrine. I gave my legs a good stretch as I let my mind wander, and suddenly a paper cup filled with barley tea was thrust before me. Kei-chan, great work. Here's some tea for you. But yeah, welcome to the stream for all the people that followed as well. Here's some tea for you. You're so considerate. Thanks, me. Her voice sounded exactly the same, but it felt somehow different. Wait, you're... Here it comes. Hey, it's Shion. Don't go giving Mion all the credit. She isn't considerate at all. Don't get us confused, okay? Shion, you little... Now that I caught you, you're not getting away. It was your mistake, Kei-chan. I've never said I was anyone other than Shion. I guess I can't argue with that. That's right, you're no match for my older sister, so I can't let you be a match for me either. Anyway, your tea. It's going to get warm. Come on, please cheer up. I'm trying to make it up for you with this tea. Well, she did come all the way here to give it to me. I guess I'll accept it. I took the cup and downed it in one gulp. And then suddenly, ah! I heard a loud shout and it stuck in my throat. Which one is it this time? Is it the real Mion? Shion? Why are you hanging out with Kei-chan again? Because unlike you, I'm very considerate. Kei-chan was so sweaty I couldn't leave him alone, so I brought him some tea. Screenshot time. It was not the same without the gun hoister. No. Config. And there we go. By the way, why are you holding 2 cups of tea? Mion's face went bright red and she tried to hide the paper cups behind her back. Well, there's no way such a rough, timid, good sister of mine would ever brusquely bring a male classmate tea, is there? So, what are they? What are those 2 cups of tea? These are, well, right. I was just so thirsty, I figured I'd drink too. That's so like you. Come on, chug, chug. As Shion cheered at her, Mion downed both the cups of tea, one after another. What a fabulous drink that was. I expected nothing less from you. Kei-chan, you give her a hand too. Even Galeno. Wait, suddenly the situation has gotten unbelievable. Mion doesn't usually get manipulated so easily like that. I've known for a while too, but Shion is terrifying. Mion, you can hold it your own against Shion. I hate her, and lately I hate her even more. Just then, I heard the snap of a camera shutter. Oh, hey, it's those guys again. Been a while since I've seen them. Oh, hey, how are you doing tonight, Nue? That's quite the name you choose, though. Good evening. The festival is coming up tomorrow. But do you know if Orin is coming? Or Platuia? Or whatever that character's name is? That's based on... What is it? This Dreamcast or something? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I know nothing about Neptunia, nor do I have interest in it past the millions of other games. Over exaggerating, of course. Thanks for all your hard work for setting it up today. Good evening. Oh, Shion-chan? It's quite unusual for you to come here. Oh, hey, it's Tomitake and Takano-san. Good evening. It's been a while, hasn't it? Yeah, I just said that. So you're that transfer student I've been hearing about. Keiichi Maibara-kun, right? You really did a bang-up job today. I'm impressed. I feel like I've seen this photographer guy before. Have we met before? Yeah, in the previous chapter. I'm glad you remembered. We've passed many times on the road, Keiji-kun. I'm Tomitake. I'm a freelancing photographer from Tokyo. Yeah, indeed. Then, do you recognize me? I'm sorry, but I don't. She's Mio Takano-san. Do you remember when you were at the doctor's office when you still had a cold, Kei-chan? But yeah, how are you doing tonight, Nue? Hopefully I'm pronouncing that right in the Japanese way. Mio-san is one of the nurses who works there. Call me Takano. I'm pleased to meet you too. I wonder if she squeezed over them like in the shrine storeroom. That's very thoughtful of you. Tomitake-san seemed to be quite entertained at the Sonosaki twins being in the same place, and he took a picture after picture. I've heard about them, but this is the first time I've seen a pair of identical twins. You really do look exactly alike. We're not all alike on the outside, see? Oh, sweet Jesus. See, our underwear matches too. Yeah, you idiot, what are you doing? Things have never been as lively as the two of them are together. I thought they were exactly the same at first, but I've started to get a handle on which one is which. Mion is Mion, and Shion, well, she seems far from a better actor than Mion was. In the first place, somebody that could spurn Mion so easily wouldn't have shown such weaknesses to those lord buckets at Angel Mort. You know, that awkward foreshadowing as well in Meyakashi. Am I pronouncing that right? Yeah, I'm looking up I do have that chapter as well. I'm still, like I said, I'm still waiting for the last two to kick in. Yeah, Meyakashi. That's right. If that was the case, then that cowardly behavior from that day was all a complete act. They were even more alike than they were little. I heard even their parents had a hard time telling which was which. Yeah, indeed, Maroon. That's really easy to imagine. I totally understand that they must have gone through. Takano gave me some kind of odd look, but explaining would have been a pain, so I didn't bother. Tomitake, are you going straight back to Tokyo after you get your pictures of the festival? Oh, Jesus, I heard a bang from the ceiling. Sorry, I just got startled. Yep, though I would rather just stay here forever. Silly adult things, that's all. I hope your photos win a fabulous prize soon. I've been praying for it. Thanks. Next time I come, I'll bring the pictures I took of you all today. Like this? Maibara-kun, you did a lot of work today. You must be tired from all the physical labor you're not used to. Huh? Well, I'm tired, but it was still pretty fun. Ah, youth, I'm so jealous. Takano-san smiled with an adult elegance that no one in my circle of friends possess. The wind caught her hair. She gives off an intelligent beauty. Oh my god, are all the cats and characters coming in? Mm-hmm. Oh, why? Hello everyone. It seemed like our merry crowd was standing out this time. An overweight older man addressed us. And again, it was someone I thought I knew. Well, because he was in the previous chapter. And again, it was someone I thought I knew. If I recall correctly, he's a policeman, isn't he? Oh, Oishi-san. Good evening. During a preliminary security inspection tomorrow? Oh, doing a preliminary security inspection for tomorrow. Something like that. Oh, if it isn't Tomitake-san. It's certainly been a while. I'm honored you remembered my name. You really do love Hinamizawa, don't you? The apartments around here are far cheaper than the ones in Tokyo. You should just move here and get it over with. I know a realtor that I can introduce you to. I appreciate the thought. I'd very much like to follow up on that. Alright everyone, have a good year. And Happy New Year to the Sonosaki twins too. Happy New Year, Detective Oishi. We appreciate your work. We'd like to end up this year's festival with the least amount of inconvenience possible. That's pretty strict on me. And yes, we know, Nightbot. Detective Oishi left us with a low laugh and headed off to talk to some police officers standing a ways away. I gave Mion a glance and saw her making an annoyed face as if she were glaring bullets at someone she hated. Yeah, it'd be nice if the police didn't have anything to do during Watanagashi this year. You look cool. You like this place too, don't you? Oh, you mean to say you dislike it, Jiro-san? I quite enjoy such fantastic stories, you know, especially with the times being so dry and uninteresting. Oh, that noise again. The curse of Oya Shiro-sama, you mean? Curse? Tomitake-san? Used a troubling word. Then suddenly someone tugged on my arm. Hey, Chan. I'm pretty hungry. Want to go to the tent with the drinks and have some candy and sweets? I'm up for that. I've gotten a little hungry as well. Okay, let's go. A moment later, Shion said something to Takano and Tomitake that stung my ears and gave me a start. Oh, really? You're gonna start it this early? I wonder who will die and who will disappear this year. I pulled back from Mion's grip and stopped abruptly. Shion, what did she just say? It felt like the air around us dried out all of a sudden. Oh, here we go. Here is the when things start going downhill part of the game of the chapters. Let's go, Kei-chan. They're talking about something silly anyway. You still haven't told Kei-chan? I make it a point not to spread stories like that. Shion's cold and quiet tone and Mion's harsh voice were quite the contrast. Hey, wait, hold on. What are you talking about? If you know something, then tell me. It doesn't feel right being the only one left out, you know. I don't understand this. Someone explained it to me. Mion didn't seem to be at all willing to grant my request. She squeezed my hand in hers a bit, but when she realized I would hold my ground on this topic, she let go. I'm gonna go drink to the drinking tent first then. If you don't come soon, Kei-chan, there won't be any left for you. Oh, I get it already. I'll be there soon. Mion left, trotting towards a particularly noisy tent on the other side of the shrine grounds. But before she got there, she stopped and turned back around. Yep, Maroon, exactly. I left no signs of going after her, though, so she ran off. I could tell you if you haven't heard, I suppose. It might be smarter not to ask and go with her to eat dessert. Hey now, you've already gotten my full attention here. I'm not going to leave without asking at this point. I think Kei-chan has the right to hear this too. My sister was just stealing that from you. Shion's voice was bristling with thorns, as if somehow blaming Mion. What on earth are you talking about? I don't really like people acting so self-important. Takano-san, realizing how prepared I was, looked across the group after confirming that there were no objections. She opened her mouth. Here we go. Time for the dark half of the game. Do you believe in curses, Maibara-kun? Curses? I think they're interesting, but I don't really. I felt their cynical stares and winced. It was like they were telling me it was stranger not to believe in curses. You're not wrong, Kei-chan. Curses are just superstition. It's only natural that you wouldn't believe in them. Besides, you can take all the time you need to decide whether to believe in curses or after you've heard us through. Said Takano-san, giving a little smile. They're trying to scare me. At least that's what it feels like. Yeah. Alright, I'll start. Keiji-kun, do you know about the Hinamizawa Dam project? Oh yeah, the other day at Angel Mort, Shion, or Mion rather, told me all about it. You mean the plan for the giant dam that would flood all of Hinamizawa, right? That's right. Residents of the town banded together to fight it, and a fierce battle with the government unfolded. I've heard that too. The entire village united, using all the powers at their disposal, mass media, political influence, and other things, and fought the country. The way Mio described it made it sound like a boast. Oh, you know quite a bit about it. Yes, you're right. It's practically an epic tale. How just 1,000 or so villagers banded together and rejected the government's plan. Did you hear this from my sister? She likes those kinds of epics, you know. Yeah. She told me. There was, however, an office for the Hinamizawa residents' opposition faction. It was the shrine. You know the assembly hall? That's where it used to be. Now that the whole thing is over, the senior citizens just used it for group activities. At the time, though, it was their last bastion. Takano-san explained this, pointing a finger towards the assembly hall. I had been carrying things in and out of there all day. I mean, I would understand if they put in an office like that in the mayor's house or something. But having an office on shrine grounds made it feel kind of like a base camp for Sengoku period warriors. That was basically the mindset, though. Placing the main force in the shrine dedicated to Oyashiro-sama, Hinamizawa's guardian deity, was like a prayer for victory. Oyashiro-sama. That was definitely it. They mentioned Oyashiro-sama's curse before. Is it the same Oyashiro-sama? Do you know about Oyashiro-sama, Keiji-kun? It's the name of the god worshipped at this shrine. It's said that he protects all of Hinamizawa. Well, I don't really know much about him. I see. I think Takano-san knows more about the rest. Tag, you're it! Oh, geez, the music transition. Well, that is generally the whole story. Oyashiro-sama is an ancient god passed down in Hinamizawa, and the villagers say he has been protecting this sanctuary from the poisons of the outside world. So, essentially, he's a basic standard guardian deity. I guess you can find out that sort of god anywhere you go. There's research into whether worshipping Oyashiro-sama is a manifestation of a kind of elitism too. What I mean is that the worshippers might think of themselves as chosen people. Believing yourself chosen, a nationalistic belief that you are part of a superior race, or that you are a special clan chosen by the gods. They believe that a superior clan, so they believe strongly in cooperating with each other, but they all end up being exclusionary towards other clans. I won't go too much into detail, but it's sort of a national and religious idea that lead to war. Of course, that goes for Japan too. A long time ago, the people of Hinamizawa strongly believed themselves different from humans, that they were above them. They believed that interaction with the lower world would sully their souls. So everyone believed that if one from the lower world came to the village, they would be sullied and suffer the wrath of Oyashiro-sama. Apparently that kept everyone away. Villages that hate outsiders come up all the time in Kendachi novels. This was once a run-of-the-mill village of xenophobes. Well, they denied to preserve their pride. It was all a long time ago after all. Things are different now. Shion followed up quickly, having sensed the thorns in Tomitaki-san's words. Tomitaki-san, embarrassed at what he said, scratched at his head. So the shrine worship Oyashiro-sama thinks of Hinamizawa as the holy ground, and it's a symbol of their traditional hatred at the outside world. I get it. So that's why they chose the shrine of Hinamizawa and Hinamizawa's guardian spirit as their base of operation, to resist the Sully Dam construction project that came from the outside. Correct, smiled Takano, please. She must dislike stupid people. Superstition, very last bit of it. The villagers gave everything, desperate to oppose the dam construction. And right in the midst of it, the incident drove home the finishing blow. Oyashiro-sama's curse. The person managing the construction side of the Hinamizawa Dam was murdered 4 years ago, I believe. It took the newspaper by storm, do you remember it? No, not really. Oh, here comes this music. He had a fight with a subordinate and was beaten to death with a pickaxe. His limbs and heads were torn off, so the remains disposed of. One of those dismemberment homicides, they were all the rage at one point. Such a gruesome incident. But it was just that, an incident. A person caused the incident, after all. Should they really put it down to the curse? Yeah, I know, Maroon. They're just reiterating it. Then the following year, the man who organized the Hinamizawa group of dam proponents, he fell from a cliff while on vacation and died. Apparently it was an accident. Of course, most of Hinamizawa was hostile towards him. The police were all over the case as if it were a homicide, but in the end, it was judged to have been an accident. Now, it's an accident. This is the most curse-like one, but it's still far-fetched. Then on the next year, this time the priest of the shrine contracted an unknown illness and suddenly died. This may sound a little rude, but the old priest was kind of a wait-and-see type. The whole village was in an uproar about the dam, but he just kind of didn't seem to want to bother. The shrine was a symbol of the opposition movement, and its priest, well, his attitude worked against him. Yeah, that's what it sounds like, but their hopes were betrayed. Some people were apparently pretty angry too. So, at the time, all the older people were like, "This is Oyashiro-sama's curse," that's what they said. It did seem like every year, dam-related people the village had resentment towards were dying. It was pretty creepy. Oh, and also, it's interesting all these incidents and accidents always happen on the night of the Watanagashi festival. What? See? Starting to sound like a curse now, isn't it? Then the year after that, in other words, last year, the sister-in-law of a man who was the leader of the dam proponents, the one who accidentally died, was discovered dead, having been beaten to death. Of course, they caught that criminal. See? Really seems like a curse, huh? 4 years in a row. Each one of the incidents and accidents were relatively commonplace, but every single one of them happening on the night of the festival worshipping Oyashiro-sama, that's not normal. The old folks have been blindly accepting Oyashiro-sama's curse because of the incidents these past few years. At first they thought it was stupid, but now nobody makes fun of it. Yeah, I could see where she's coming from. Even me, even if I didn't feel like there was a curse at all, thinking about it, Thinking about all those incidents like this makes me feel like maybe it's real? For example, just look at the preparations for the festival you were doing today. Everything might have gone crazy during the battle against the dam, but just a few years ago, the Watanagashi festival was never this well attended. Well, I guess you're right. If we didn't have Oyashiro-sama talk about, we wouldn't be coming to a festival like this, huh? There's a lot of people who say that infidels might be punished, so really they need to go to Oyashiro-sama's festival. Shion nodded as she were mocking herself. So, how about now? Keiji-kun, you're starting to get the feeling that maybe, just maybe, the curse is real, aren't you? I mean, you can't just laugh off people relating to the dam construction project all dying like that. Even if I feel like this now, even more superstitious members of the village must feel stronger than that. Yeah, indeed. Well, I mean, I don't think there's a curse. I understand that those that believe there is, though. Wow, Kei-chan, you can really keep a cool head about this. Shion grinned, realizing I'd rejected the curse. If it's neither a curse nor a coincidence, then what should we make of these incidents? Takano said, smiling playfully, as if posing a riddle. Neither a curse nor a coincidence. But every year someone dies. What should we make of that then? Tomitake-san, catching on to the fact that I had no idea what to make of it, opened his mouth and came to my aid. Takano-san is suggesting that it might be the work of real people. Eh? Simple process of elimination would have got me there. I was taken aback at not realizing the answer immediately. Well, think about it. If it's neither a curse nor coincidence, then people must be willingly carrying it out. If it's the only explanation, right? Press Takano-san. I smiled bitterly in spite of myself. Here, I was just a few moments ago thinking the very concept of a curse was absolutely absurd. When she suggested it was someone's doing, I ended up thinking there wasn't any way it could be a person. Takano-san was right. It's either a curse or it was a person's doing. If unrealistic things like curses didn't exist, then the obvious next step would be to start thinking it was people behind it. But if that was the case, I glanced at Shion. If the culprit is a person, then they have to be someone from Hinamizawa. That's what the police officer Oishi-san thinks right now. Hey, wait! That can't be. I thought I now knew the reason Mion didn't want to talk about this. If Oyashiro-sama's curse really existed, then that's fine. It would be divine judgment for the dam project business. However, if Oyashiro-sama curse didn't exist, which it obviously didn't, then the culprit would most likely be someone from Hinamizawa. The villagers had worked desperately to oppose the dam construction project. I guess they had used all sorts of methods to fight against it. If one of those methods was, maybe people whisper that Oyashiro-sama's curse could be doing of a secret group in the dam resistance movement. Shion dryly put words to my exact thoughts. Of course, I didn't expect it. She was from Hinamizawa, so I didn't think she'd come out and say it herself. If you calm down and think about it, anyone would come to the same conclusion. There wouldn't be a motive. for anyone but people who benefit from opposing the dam project, right? I guess that's true. Admitting to the existence of a darker side of the dam conflict would be rude to Mion, who spoke of it so highly. So I couldn't just accept Shion's seemingly logical viewpoint. One more thing, the police probably don't know this. There's proof that someone from Hinamizawa committed these crimes, and the people of Hinamizawa know of it. What? Shion rebukes me to keep my voice down. Sorry, but this proof, what is it? Oh god, that noise every time. It's the fact that one person dies and one more person disappears. One more person disappears. Did that mean that someone besides the one who died from the curse was a sacrifice? What do you mean by disappear? They just vanish and you never see them again? That's right. Suddenly and without a trace. As she spoke, Mion pretended to do a trick with her hands like she were making a magician's hat disappear. One dies a mysterious death and one disappears, never to be seen again. A strange vanishing act. But then how does that equate to someone from Hinamizawa being the culprit? Well, actually, Hinamizawa has this one really old legend. It's about how people offer sacrifice to Oyashiro-sama to calm his wrath. Sacrifices? Yes. They say they used to wrap a living person up in a bamboo mat and let them slowly sink down into a bottomless swamp. Takano-san, though explaining something pretty terrible, has a look of glee on her face as she did so. As far as I can glean from the literature, it actually took 3 days and 3 nights for them to sink. See, even people a long time ago like symbolism. As the body sunk, Oyashiro-sama's anger would be quelled. Both were submerged into the deep. Takano-san was the only one laughing at this. Was she telling a joke or something? Shion didn't move to deny it, but I felt the difference in temperature between her cool expression and Takano-san's. This whole conversation, well, I think you can imagine after hearing it, but it's the secret history of Hinamizawa. Everyone who's been in Hinamizawa for a long time knows it, but they don't talk about it. Takano-san's not from here, but she knows quite a lot. She really likes local history, folk legends, stuff like that. She learned that all by herself too. I'm really not all that amazing. Just curious, that's all. Like a child. I just want to see scary things for the fun of it. Tomitake-san laughed, a little embarrassed. Wait a minute. What does that mean, the other person who disappears during the incident? You're saying they're offered as a sacrifice? Yeah, Shion answers in one word before anyone else can speak. Someone dies and someone disappears. Well, whether they actually get sacrificed or not is a different issue. But every time something happens in the past, one person died and one person disappeared. For example, the first one where the dam site manager was killed. Apparently one of the people responsible for that still hasn't been arrested. Couldn't that mean he's managed to get away? I don't see why we should treat him as a sacrifice. Well, that's basically what I think too. There was also the year after that, with the leader of the dam proponents. He said He fell down from a cliff and died while on vacation, right? Apparently his wife fell as well. The police investigated fervently. Yeah, I know. But they were never able to find the wife's corpse. The leader under the cliff was actually pretty high at the time too. She could have just been buried under the sand at the bottom of the lake, downstream or something. The perpetrator of a dismemberment like that wouldn't want to be caught, so they'd be desperate to run away and hide too. I thought I'd heard about the cases where the corpse wouldn't surface after one person drowned in a swelled river like that. She vanished because of an unfortunate accident, but I didn't see the connection to sacrifices. If you took each of these past incidents in turn, none of the disappearance evoked that terrifying of an image. A year after that, with the priest suddenly falling ill and dying, is much clearer. His wife left a suicide note. They found it in their house the night the priest died. It said something along the lines of her quelling Oyashiro-sama's wrath through her death. A curse, it seems to turn up in this one though. Well, we may never know the truth of the matter. The swamp the wife drowned herself in was the giant bottomless one Takano mentioned before. Police investigated it, but all they could find were several of her possessions. They never found the corpse. The police suspect it was a fake suicide, and they're still investigating it now. Someone dies in a year, and in the same way, someone goes missing every year. She's trying to tell me that everyone who vanished was kidnapped by an extremely efficient means and dumped into the bottomless swamp, still alive and drowned to death? But a curse? That's unbelievable in its own right. And the next year, what was it? The dam's proponent sister-in-law? She was killed, and the same way, someone disappeared. It was a boy around my age named Satoshi Hojo. He's the nephew by marriage of the woman he killed. Yep. Shion cut in with a slightly strong tone of voice. She knew the boy who had disappeared was pretty well, at least that's the vibe I was getting. Well, that about sums everything up. One person always dies, and one person suddenly disappears. Yeah, I know. Leaving the suddenness aside, the fact was that each incident involved one person disappearing. So that means the first person who dies is because of Oyashiro-sama's curse, and the second person who vanishes is because the village sacrificed them? Is that it? Kei-chan, there is no curse. Somebody kills the first person under the guise of the curse, and someone takes away the second person to be a sacrifice. But Shion, that means the criminal is in the village. That's what I've been guessing from the start. It's pretty shocking though, you know. We live in the Showa period. It's kind of hard to believe people are committing murder like it's nothing, using ancient justifications, huh? It didn't have anything to do with our discussion, but I got the feeling that maybe Shion didn't like Hinamizawa very much. Mion enjoyed talking about Hinamizawa and its epic tales. So she avoided talking about Oyashiro-sama's curse, which didn't paint Hinamizawa in a good light no matter how you looked at it. She was trying not to give me a bad impression of the village, so she didn't say anything. Shion, on the other hand, was somehow different. She was rejecting the concept of a curse to purge Hinamizawa this bad impression, but rather because she strongly believed that a member of the village was the criminal behind this. Her conviction seemed a bit removed from the tight sense of community held by the people of Hinamizawa. Once upon a time, they looked so alike you could mistake one for another. But talking to her now, I was getting a powerful feeling that Shion had a completely different personality than Mion. Than everyone else, they all think someone from Hinamizawa did it. Neither Shion nor Takano-san answered that. The deafening silence told me that all that needed to be said. Then let me ask another question. If someone from Hinamizawa is the culprit, then who is it? Neither Shion nor Takano-san had a reply to that question either. Though it may have been rude to ask, I had hoped they wouldn't have one. So I asked was to argue that their explanation that the culprit was from Hinamizawa and nothing more than one possibility. Shion caught on my plan. She gave a pained smile at my petty spite and opened her mouth to speak. All I said just amounts of circumstantial evidence anyway. Yeah, indeed. If any of us knew who it really was, we'd have gotten them into police hands already. As would anybody. Then what about Takano-san? She too smiled dryly as Shion had opened her own mouth. Well, I'd like to clear one thing up. I'm not a detective or anything, alright? In all honesty, I'm not really interested in who the culprit is. Takano-san, you sure are a handful. Tomitake-san gives a bitter laugh at her surprising opinion on the matter. You see, I just like cruel and atrocious ancient traditions and fairy tales. I only enjoy them from a curious onlooker's perspective. So, even for the string of incidents, it's not so much finding out who the culprit is, but enjoying thinking about how the old traditions display. Yeah. But the incidents in themselves still seem to have some pretty deep roots around here. Though she describes herself as nothing more than a curious onlooker, her smile was as sharp as the tip of a blade. Women like her felt very strange and a little scary to me. Maybe it's just that I was fearful and awe of the person whose emotion I couldn't comprehend. Well, I don't think any of this is interesting at all. The Watanagashi festival is coming up tomorrow, and I don't want anyone to die or disappear. Tomorrow, huh? That's right, it had completely slipped my mind. The string of murder incidents attributed to Oyashiro-sama's curse, it wasn't over. If last year's incident wasn't the end, then tomorrow's night at the festival, would someone die and someone disappear? I do wonder who will die, who will disappear, who will die tomorrow, and who will disappear tomorrow, though. Takano-san said, running a comb through her hair with elegant movements, with a thin smile, and a voice that nearly made me shudder. She almost looked like she was enjoying the thought of the incidents that could happen tomorrow. Out of the blue, we heard a loud round of applause. They seemed to be ending the drinking party early. Right, I was making Mion wait this whole time, wasn't I? I should go back to her soon. You're teasing the kid too much, Takano-san. Now Keiji-kun thinks it's all true. I apologize. Well, thank God that all those noises are over. For now. It's that bad habit of mine again. Said Takano-san, sticking her tongue bashfully. The strangeness in her expression was nowhere to be found. When Takano-san sees an innocent child like you, she can't help wanting to poke fun at them. It's a real bad habit. Keiji-kun, you listen to everything so earnestly that she ended up getting carried away. Unlike Takano-san, Tomitake-san seemed like a totally normal person with common sense. They were apologizing after realizing what kind of impressions they'd given me. The stuff Takano-san said just said it's all fiction. If it made you harbor any bad impressions about Hinamizawa, then we apologize for that. Jeez, Jiro-san. You apologize too, Takano-san. Tell him you're sorry for scaring him. Takano-san and Tomitake-san were arguing and messing around now. The strange air around us had already dissipated. Kei-chan, you should get going soon too. Mion is the jealous type. If she sees me, she'll probably start a fight. Then I'll just be going home. Really. And I'll go see what Mion's doing and apologize for making her wait, I guess. Sorry for being such a nuisance, Keiji-kun. Could you tell Mion-chan we're sorry for bothering you for so long? Ah, yes, I don't think telling her will make her feel any better, but sure. Tomitake-san and Takano-san, standing next to each other, both began to chuckle. Okay then, Kei-chan. Let's try and run into each other at tomorrow's festival. Yeah, I know. We'll see each other. I mean, it's us we're talking about after all. So we'll be making so much trouble, it'll be hard for you not to find us. Chio and I said our goodbyes to Tomitake-san and Takano-san. Before we could leave, Takano-san called out to us. Thanks for listening so earnestly to what I had to say. You're just so good at listening. I had a great time talking to you. Good at listening? No, not at all. I was just in a state of perpetual bewilderment from all the shocking topics being thrown at me, one after another. Did you like my story today? Well, it was pretty interesting. And I'll tell you some more sometime, okay? That's a lot of pretty interesting legends and fairy tales. Oh, there's a lot of pretty interesting legends and fairy tales about Hinamizawa. Of course, a lot of strange and creepy ones too. I'll choose a bunch of my favorites and tell you about them. I was kind of happy, but kind of worried. I can't help but smile dryly and scratch my head. Keiji-kun, you can go now. Takano-san is just messing with you. They said goodbye again and ran off. I heard that Tomitake-san called out behind in a clear voice that we would see each other at the festival tomorrow. When I went to the tent, Mion was waiting for me, and she was nowhere to be found. I made her wait so long, maybe she got mad and went home. After asking some adults passing by, I heard she went home talking to some relatives. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. My regret for having having made me own weight, wasn't enough to triumph over the impression Takano-san and Shion's uncanny story left on me. Serial murder incidents that had happened 4 years in a row. Would tomorrow's events make this the fifth? And the possibility from Hinamizawa was carrying this all out under the guise of a curse? The weird traditions of ritual sacrifice, entirely unbecoming of the Showa period we lived in. I regretted it a little, though it was too late. If none of these creepy stories had anything to do with me, then I should let Mion pull me away from that crowd. I felt a little ashamed about my cheap curiosity get the better of me. Oh my god, all these tips to read. A little elbow grease. From the scrapbook 1, Oyoshiro-sama's curse. In the ancient Onigai-fuchi village, the anger of Oyoshiro-sama, his curse, yeah, I know, was feared above all. However, it is seldom stated anywhere what eventually happens, what sort of divine punishment, divine judgment curse befalls them when Oyoshiro-sama is angry. From various reports, how can I say this politely? Things will hit the fan. Demons will come flooding out. The miasma from the underworld will flood and outward kill every villager, letting not a single one escape. The evoking images of the village being annihilated stand out the most. Yeah, I will mention saying that, like, I don't know, the H word I'd say. I know I've said it from time to time on stream for the setting, but I guess it's sort of a gray area for me. The ones evoking images of the village being annihilated and stand out the most. These terrifying ideas of the divine punishment are in alignment with many other religious beliefs regarding the apocalypse, and it's easy to imagine that they are just ways of convincing people to obey the teachings in order to prevent such end. The conditions for inciting Oyoshiro-sama's wrath are likely the same as the taboos in Onigai-fuchi village. I believe that when an act was performed that violates one of these taboos, Oyoshiro-sama was termed angry. And in order to quell his anger, they would perform the aforementioned sacrificial ritual. Scrapbook 2. Sacrificial ritual was simple drowning, involving plunging sacrifices into Onigai-fuchi swamp, which was considered hallowed. One of the rituals of Onigai-fuchi village. This one was unique in that sacrifice would sink slowly over the long course of 3 days and 3 nights. I believe that wasn't so much the killing of the sacrifice that was important, but rather the symbolism of them sinking as the submerging of Oyashiro-sama's anger. For that purpose, they must have had passion for learning various methods for keeping the sacrifice from sinking too quickly, to force him to sink more slowly. Unfortunately, as far as I can tell from the records, those methods were not recorded. My thoughts are that they may have used logs or some similar material to create a raft, then set up a scaffold on there, and hung the sacrifice up with ropes and let them sink a little by little over time into the swamp. However, if that were the case, it would not be strange if the ritual implements used for such a ceremony were honored as holy and enshrined somewhere. Scrapbook 3. Ritual tools utilized for ancient religious ceremonies are commonly referred to as implements or ritual implements. And even now, some of them are enshrined on the property of the Faraday Shrine and 3 families. However, the identifiable tools are all decorative, and none appear to have been used in rituals governing the dark side of Onigaifuchi village. As the Edo era came to a close and many traditional rituals were lost, were they lost as well? Or perhaps buried in darkness? I don't believe so. Both the implements used on the night of the feast of Onikakushi and those used during the sacrificial ceremony must still exist, enshrined away from the eyes of the masses. Yeah, I know. Without a doubt, they exist here today, at this very moment, in Hinamizawa. Also, I'm nearly certain where they've been enshrined. What was once locked steadfastly for some reason, and changed this year to a cheap-looking padlock. He may be able to do something about such a lock. However, it is not far from the assembly hall, nor is it far from the presence of people. However, I will not give up. The night when it becomes a blind spot to every villager in Hinamizawa is coming soon. Soon it would be Watanagashi. Festivals around the corner. Rabble, 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 rabble. Hey, are you worn out already? Tomorrow's the real thing. We're gonna be partying until morning, until the very end of it all. Got it. I'll give everything I've got. Wahaha! Alright then, youth is the greatest. Good work, everyone. Tomorrow is Watanagashi. At last. Let's get some shut-eye in and save our energy for tomorrow night. Tomorrow was finally Watanagashi. Festivals are split into 2 groups. Those who enjoy them and those who support them. The former only need to prepare their minds, but the latter needs not only that, but also painstakingly crafted plans and preliminary arrangements. While the general majority attending goes about enjoying the festival without a care in the world, will be strained the whole day through. Why? You sure know why. Because the beer after everything's over is the best beer you'll ever have. At times like these, it's best to have energetic, physically fit people. It wouldn't be worth it if you didn't have do your best until the end, enjoying it the whole way. Oh, he's here. Oishi-san came in. Everyone's hurried to the stand up. Hello, everyone. Excellent work out there. Ah, you can be at ease. Thank you, sir. Not even my seniors, who usually talk big about themselves, can hold a candle to Oishi-san. We all bowed as if we were one of those cheering squads of old. Kurado Oishi, a detective just waiting to retire. One doesn't pay much mind to the rules and regulations, and doesn't do too much in the way of real work. He looks like a rotten old man with a penchant of dirty jokes. My seniors though tell me he was a real fighter in his younger days, that he or may not have quite the heroic legend trailing behind him. Anyway, he surely had much more dignity and presence in the room than the section chief who came with him. Everyone, I really thank you for the hard work on the preparations for the festival tomorrow. Everyone present stands upright and lends their ear to the chief's directions. We're on heavy alert for any thrill-seeking criminals expecting another incident like last year. I need all of you to focus on your energy as much as possible in your mission to prevent any crimes from happening. Yes, sir! Of course, it would be best if nothing happened. However, everyone, please assume that an incident will in fact occur. Prevention is number one, but it probably won't be enough. This year too, someone will die and someone will disappear. There's really no doubt about it. Everyone apart from the section chief smiled painfully. Oishi-san? That won't do. We need to be more serious about this. The important part isn't to get past the night of the festival. It's to be able to quickly, swiftly, and aggressively pursue whatever does happen tomorrow night. I won't tolerate anything less than your best. Clench those cheeks. We're gonna rip all the skin off of the ghost of Oyashiro-sama's curse. Yeah! I see, Maroon. Alright, let's save here. End of chapter 6. Continue. Ah! It's Keiji-kun! Good morning! Good morning! Rena was ecstatically waving her arms at me, already brimming with energy. Yeah, indeed. What do you mean good morning? It's already evening. Just say hello or something. But this is the first time I've seen you today, so I think good morning is right. It's right. I think I got it. Okay then, good morning it is. Good morning, Rena. I grabbed Rena's head and rubbed it with my hand. She squirmed, reveling in the motion like a cat. Hey, Akei-chan! Sorry about yesterday, I left without telling you. No, it's my fault. Sorry for making you wait for so long. Are you talking about setting up for the festival yesterday? How was it, Keiji-kun? Did you do the job properly? Slight muscle pain throughout my body and my sluggish movement were already obvious. I did great. I'm pretty worn out though. I grin dryly, and the three of us break out into laughter. Where's Satoko and Rika-chan? Are we meeting up with them at the festival? Yep. Rika-chan's actually been there since yesterday because she has such an important job. I think Satoko-chan stayed with her, so they're already at the shrine. Right, I just remembered. Today was Rika-chan's big performance. She'd been practicing especially hard for this day. I need to make sure that I went and cheered her on. Alright, let's go right away. Yeah! As we got closer to the shrine, we started passing by more people and seeing a lot of parked cars. It began to get noisier too. I thought I could hear something like a Bond dance song. Without being able to restrain my impatience, I dashed up the entire flight of stone stairs. Keiji-kun, you're going too fast. Wait for me! Man, Kei-chan, you're such a little kid. Whoa, the shrine grounds. They were packed with people. It was a festival, if I ever saw one. Wow, they all went all out this year too. Amazing, amazing. They're coming from Hinamizawa. Huh? The bedridden old man from the Kimiyoshi branch family is here too. I think that old guy went home from Watanagashi last year and stayed in bed ever since. Yeah, there were a lot of villagers here that I didn't really know. They must have all been pouring in just for today. Oh, it's Satoko-chan. Hey! Oh, if it isn't everyone. Yes, hello to you all. Yes, Satoko. Yo, Satoko, there's a lot of people today. Don't get lost in the crowd, okay? Who do you even think you're talking to? Satoko too seems somehow energetic. Of course, I'm the same way. Oh, where's Rika-chan? She still had time, doesn't she? Rika was giving her respects to the mayor and other important people. She shall come before long. I see, Rika-chan is the shrine maiden for today's festival after all. It was probably a pain for her to say hello to all the elders. It really is a pain. Hello everyone. Hello? Rika-chan! I wanna take you home. Rika-chan wore an immaculate shrine maiden outfit that looked fresh off the shelves. It was a perfect fit for her somehow mystical appearance. How does it fit? It's not too long, is it? My grandma gave me some safety pins just in case the sleeves are too long. It's alright. It really is comfortable. As she spoke, she began to do some twisted stretches. It's great! It's great! It's so cute! How? There was approximately one person here getting all the nosebleed from watching Rika-chan move. Keiji-kun, don't you think she's cute? Don't you? If you don't, then she'll be all mine, and I'll take her home with me. Oh my god, dude. I think she's really cute. Totally cool. Enough that I want to pretend to be her big brother and dad and take pictures of her. If we take a picture from 2 different places and make it stereoscopic, we can eat, or rather stare at, a real-life Rika-chan at our houses whenever we want. Oh, that sounds great! That sounds fantastic! Oh, don't remind me, Maroon. Renat's eyes and minds glittered with Sara's desire, noses bled, and we drooled. Rika, you best stay away from them. Yes, or I might get locked away in the basement somewhere. Oh, dude, stop with the foreshadowing. You look like you're enjoying it though, Rika-chan. Me, you're being harsh. We all laugh together again. Obviously, I'm gonna take this all, put it all on Steam as well. I wanna see the updated version. Okay, let's not hang out around here. Let's get to the festival. There's not much time until Rika-chan's big debut. You're right. Great, let's go, everyone. Yeah, I know. Yeah! Yo, if it isn't the daughter of Sonosaki, eat up. The yakisoba is packed full of pork. This year we filled it up as much as we could. We even put in fried calamari. Yeah, I know. Gotcha, old timer. The yakisoba this year looks like quite an achievement. You have squid too. You put a ton of time into this, didn't you? Wow, it's tasty. It's tasty. I gotta be right back real quick, you guys. Be right back. And I'm back. Yeah, the squid is delicious, but the aroma is just fantastic. Wait, what? It wonderfully compensates for how soft it tends to be. There's a delightful amount of squid pork in it, too. Yep, not bad at all, I'd say. Haha, Kei-chan, you sound like you could walk into a cooking program and become the host. Yeah, when I see Keiichi-kun acting like it's so good, it somehow tastes even better. I don't discriminate among delicious food. So, anything that I say is tasty has got to be worth trying out, right? Then Keiichi, please give us your opinion on this yakisoba again. I'll do it in 2 words. Absolutely scrumptious. That moment when I literally dabbed during that. If I had a second stomach, I'd buy another one right now. Is that even possible? Having heard my 3-star rating, a whole line of people suddenly formed in front of the yakisoba stand. Wow, that's amazing. Kei-chan said it's so good that a little crowd started to form. Not bad. It was nothing to brag about, but I still decide to stick out my chest and put on airs. Oh, is that so? Then perhaps I shall try it out. Mister, could I perchance to bother you for one takoyaki? Satoko bought a stick of takoyaki, balls of fried octopus from the adjacent stand, and after blowing on it, put one of them into her mouth. How is it, Satoko-chan? If you give it a good rating, then Rena will buy it too. Chomp chomp, chew chew. Oh. Now it's time for the Hinamisawa Michelin, Judge Satoko, to give her impression. Though she was all for moments ago, Satoko hesitated to give her thoughts. But hey now, what's the matter? Everyone else takes one of their own and puts it into their mouth. Huh? Rena got gypped? Mine's bad too. There's no octopus in it. The takoyaki vendor. Could this be some sort of festival-only octopus-free takoyaki stand? An evil takoyaki stand that skimped on the octopus because they figured it would make them good money today? Ah, mine has some. Yeah, it's pretty good considering there's octopus in it. How am I supposed to explain that this is octopus-free takoyaki is any good? Everyone wonder about that. Her quizzical look seems to be drawing equally dubious stares from the people in line. Corky Pokemon. How about this? Takoyaki without any octopus is really healthy. And even people who don't like octopus can eat this delicious takoyaki. After hearing that, several surprised guests left the line. It had the exact opposite effect. Alright, then I'll give it a try next. Alright then, I'll give it a self-inspired take on takoyaki, in which you can clearly taste the simple flavors of the flour, green onions, and pickled ginger. The unaffected taste is bolstered by the absence of octopus. It wasn't half bad, but hearing after the "there's no octopus in it" clause, even more people left the line. Rika-chan, any good comments? You can be honest. 400 yen is too much for this. Yeah, that was too honest. Even more customers leave the line, dealing a lethal blow. There were other takoyaki stands around after all. Well, I mean, we might not want to be doing this. Hey, Satoko. You started all this, so give us a big turnaround. I cannot do it. How do you expect me to lavish praise upon takoyaki without any octopus in it? God, you idiot! Satoko's angry outburst was the finishing blow. Heck! The customers are all gone. Huh? The guy's staring at us. Why is that? Why is that? How? There's no saving this crowd. Perhaps I, Keiji Maibara-sama, would lend a generous hand. Yeah, and here I am when the creepy parts kick in. I'm just like stuttering throughout, and then there's me who's talking, actually reading it thoroughly. Keiji-kun, you can do it. You could do it. We want— oh, I just jinxed that. We want you to save this takoyaki vendor who didn't put any octopus in. Don't smile as you say something so bitter. Alright, fine. This may be the only chance you'll get to see a pro at work, so watch carefully. I shoved the stick into an octopus-less takoyaki and crammed it into my mouth. As before, there wasn't any octopus in it, but Mion had some in it. That was the important point. The man who runs the takoyaki stand, he truly loves takoyaki in every minute of the word. Though, it could even be said that he adores it. Oh my god, you gotta love the realistic background, but then there's all these like anime characters. Eh? Everyone gasped in surprise, including the takoyaki vendor glaring at us. This man truly does love takoyaki, and because he loves it, he doesn't want to create half-hearted random ones. Isn't that right? The takoyaki vendor looked down unsure. Those watching were listening intently, wanting to know why octopusless takoyaki deserves such a high rating. Keiji-san, if he really and truly loved takoyaki that much, why didn't he make takoyaki without octopus at all? Is he not betraying that very takoyaki? You may be right. In one sense, it is a betrayal. However, it's one of the best possible compromise this man could find. This man is making real takoyaki today, as he always does. However, only one or two of them on each stick are the real ones. Well, you're right. The one I ate had octopus in it. And considering it actually did have it, it didn't have a bad taste, you know. Right, there was a bona fide takoyaki. As for the other ones, it was the biggest compromise he could make against the biases of the general populace, who all think that there need to be 8 pieces on a stick, or else it's not real takoyaki. Takoyaki. Oh god. Huh? Keiji-kun, I don't understand what you mean. Why is one of them the real thing and all the other ones fakes? Why? The secret lies in the octopus. Mister, this octopus. It's true Akashi octopus, isn't it? In recent years, the number of octopuses caught in Akashi has decreased, and their price have risen drastically. The prices are now so high that you wouldn't think of using them in takoyaki. And then the man who has been looking down this whole time mumbled, "Yeah, that's right. Akashi octopus. It's very expensive." This man absolutely had to have the Akashi octopus. He could have brought much worse quality octopus for cheaper. As much as he wanted, he would still be able to fool everyone. There are plenty of scamming takoyaki vendors who claim theirs are from Akashi, even though they're not. But this man wouldn't accept it. He wouldn't tell lies. Akashi octopus are supreme. He would never relinquish this one stubborn conviction. This man loved takoyaki. That's why he never lied. Yet, there was one point he absolutely had to compromise on. What might that be? The number. The popular opinion is that a stick of takoyaki should have 8 pieces on it. I see, Maroon. Even if it's real, Akashi octopus, he wouldn't charge 400 yen just for 1 piece, could he? If he didn't have 8 pieces, nobody would buy them. This man wept over it. I see. In order to make 1 true piece of takoyaki, he wouldn't ever let himself lie through the other 7. Oh, whoa! This octopus-free takoyaki vendor burst into tears. I gently clapped one of his shoulders. No matter what anyone says, I forget how genuine you are. You know, you gotta love the people in the background as well. They look so realistic. I will never forget how genuine you are. You, sir, are a true vendor of takoyaki. You are the only one in the world with the right to call himself that. As I embraced the shoulder of this man, shedding his manly tears, those watching delivered a round of applause, moved by my speech. Everyone, I beg of you, please eat some of this true takoyaki's vendor's takoyaki. If we don't treasure genuine men like this, then how can we pretend? Oh my god, Keiji, we get it. Protect the true path of takoyaki. If nobody else will eat them, then I will eat them all. What? Everyone watching is lining up. Keiichi-kun, you did it. I think there's more than thought. Kei-chan's propaganda speech was interesting rather than that takoyaki actually looked good. Kei-chan, you could probably sell plain old rocks if you tried. You would go over well at the entrance of Akihabara Station. You know, if I ever went to Japan, even though it's not like my dream, that'll probably be the only place I go to in that country is Akihabara. Because that's where all the the anime and media culture stuff is at there. That looks pretty delicious, honestly. Rika, I've never heard of this Akihabara Where is it? Absolutely stunned at my successful pitch, The guy manning the stall next to this one called out to me. Hey, you guys, do that for my sweets too. Great, you get all get the gist of it, right? It's your turn this time, Rena. Okay, I'll do my best. Oh, when apricot sweets are cold, they're very, very good. The apricot is sitting so quietly and nicely on top of syrup. Oh, it's so cute. I wanna take it home. Oh my god. It looks like she lost herself in it this midway through. But a girl giving it such a natural praise was itself bringing in some customers. A line was quickly forming behind Rena. Next up is Okonomiyaki stand. Satsuko, Europe. Rather well. The crunch of the fried tempura batter mixed with yakisoba is simply to die for. With a huge piece of bacon laid on top, when you bite on it, it all comes flooding out. Chomp, chomp, chomp. Yeah! That's great. Now I want to try some too. Then a huge line formed at my words. What on earth is this? So basically all the onlookers are just following us around to all the stands. I have no idea. When people hear about food from others and then try it for themselves, it tastes a lot better than it would normally would. So that's it. Even Rika-chan was gorging herself on the food, getting sauce on the bib she put on to prevent her Shrine Maiden outfit from getting dirty. Nice, the older guys are getting into it too. Okay, Kei-chan, which one should I do? Right, Mion. Oh my god. You go to the stand next to that. Show them the depths of your power. Huh? But Kei-chan, the stall next to that is... Whoops! A goldfish scooping stand. A bit out of our element. No, as club president, I won't flee no matter who or what my opponent. Let's get started. I look forward to a splendid moment, Mion-san. The onlookers were also watching Mion with hopeful eyes. Welcome, welcome. Here's your net and bowl. Okay, here we go. The goldfish are energetic today. They really look delicious. Small things like these, you could crunch them down whole. Mutter, 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 mutter. Mion-san, what in the world are you saying? Mi-chan, you eat them? Did you just eat the one Rena caught last year too? Oh, sweet Jesus. No, I didn't say anything like that. Mion's face went red and she shook it venomly in denial. Well, I mean, you just said so yourself that they really look delicious. Oh, I see. Yes, you did indeed say so. My sister is omnivorous. She eats anything that can go in her mouth. If they taste good, then maybe I'll try one next time. And hi, Jar Jar, how are you doing tonight? And yes, my friends list tells me you're watching me. No, Rika-chan, don't. You'll get sick. Wait a second. Hey, what? Shion, how long have you been here? Hey, Kei-chan, Mion, everyone, good evening. Oh my god, that was an actual scream. I'm sorry about that. Where did you come from, Shion? I've been there since the bit with the yakisoba. You were all so loud that I found you right away. Jeez, you've got nothing to do with this, do you? Go somewhere else already. Jeez, Mion, don't treat me so cruelly. Right, Kei-chan? You're okay with me being here, right? She asked, grabbing my arm, pushing her chest into it. Okay. Bounce. Keiji-kun, you're a pervert. Your nose is bleeding. When you squish a jelly donut, the jelly comes out, right? It's the same. This isn't something I have any control over. Is that right? Then will more come out if I... Oh, sweet Jesus, dude. Harder if I squeeze harder? Squeeze. Oh, good grief. She owns her, you know, it's right against up my chest. Drip. Yeah? Shion, what are you trying to do? How vulgar. I seem to have misjudged you. What about my flat chest? Oh my sweet Jesus, stop! Just stop. Rika-chan, oh my god, dude. Rika-chan's collapsed onto my other arm to rub a plentiful plum filling on my left shoulder and the sour sensation of a young unripe fruit on my right. How? Yeah, basically that. Boom, boom, bang! Shion, Rika-chan, and I, our faces now bruised, fell to the ground, limbs sprawled. Nice job, Rena. Everyone's so dirty. How? Rena, punch me. It really hurts. Rika, you get what you deserve. Sheesh. Now that Shion was here, the energy around us had increased by 120%. Your friends are so much fun, Mion. I never get bored of them. Right. If you weren't here, it would be way more fun, you know. I want to stay with you all, but if I continue seducing Kei-chan, my sister would look like she's literally going to bite my head off. So I'll retreat for now. I'll be back. See you, Mion. Don't be back. Get the salt. Someone get the salt! For Mion? Okay. After teasing her older sister so much, Shion ran away into the crowd of people and disappeared. I feel that I have borne witness to a rare side of Mion-san. When Mi-chan is with Shi-chan, she looks kinda cute. Rena smiled happily, earning her a whack on the head from Mion. Don't say dumb stuff. Let's get to the next stand already. Okay, Maroon, you had to get it, didn't you? We went about just like that, really noisy and lively, to the other stands. We were paying money towards the beginning, but midway through, the guys running the shops thought we were just too funny, and we ended up being able to fool around without paying much more. Thump. The vigorous sound of a big taiko drum echoed through the air. Rika, looks like it's time. Yep, looks like it. Right, it's just about time for Rika-chan to appear in the offertory dance. I'm a little nervous. Believe in yourself. All of your sweat will definitely amount to something, Rika-chan. Mion slapped hard on Rika-chan's back. That's right, you'll do fantastic, Rika. I'll do my best. Yeah, that's the spirit! I balled my hand into a fist and raised it to the air. We're rooting for you, Rika-chan! Go for it! Yay! Remember? Go for it! Yay! Rika-chan gave the best smile I'd seen, then pivoted her on her heel and ran off. Okay, we should get going too. Alright, let's go cheer her on. You mustn't. You must keep silent during the performance. I got it, jeez. I rubbed a hand through her hair, and she was worried about her good friend up to the end. Then we better hurry. All the good spots will be taken. Come on. Mion ran off, and everyone else followed a moment later. A large amount of people had already clustered into the tight space to watch the edifying dance. Wow, this is a lot of people. I turned around to look at everyone else, but nobody was there. Where did everyone go? I probably got lost among all these people. Finally, I spotted the back of Mion's head on the other side of the crowd. It definitely doesn't look like I can get over there. Well, we got separated. No big deal. We can just meet back up when Rika-chan's dance is over. I gave up on finding the others and wandered around, trying to look for a place where I'd be able to see better. It didn't take long for me to realize that I have to settle for watching between the heads of the people in front of me, though. Thump! Once again, an even louder taiko drum resounded. One was to announce the beginning of the dance. I couldn't see very well, but it seemed like Rika-chan had to come on stage with the elders, who were in priestly garb. I heard loud exhalations of admiration, the seniors rubbing their prayer beads in gratitude. Everyone's head were in the way. I couldn't see. It was really frustrating. We should have cut playtime short and come here to get good spots earlier. After Rika-chan intoned the prayer, she took the festival hall and walked to the pile of quilts stacked on the altar. That's right. The point of the ceremony was to purify bedding and to hold a memorial service, wasn't it? And the solemn offertory dance began. She had practiced using a mochi pounding mallet. The awkwardly shaped festival hole Rika-chan held seemed really heavy. Back and forth, up and down, it was doubtlessly difficult to even lift in the air. But she sweated and waved and raised and dropped it again and again. She couldn't just deal with it and do it grudgingly. As the shrine maiden, she needed to retain the dignity and solemnly present at this festival. There must be a ton of pressure on Rika-chan's shoulder right now. Why am I cheering her on from a place I could barely see her? I'm her friend, so I should be right up in the best spot rooting for her. Hey, Chan, over here! Someone tugged lightly on the back of my shirt and shirt collar. It was Shion. She beckoned me outside the crowded ring of people. She had a mischievous grin, and I took her as saying she knew a good place where nobody else knew of. Shion, what's up? Shh. Just be quiet and come with me. Just be quiet and come with me. After she told me so, she ran in a big detour around the throng. Man, it's great to have someone who knows the lay of the land here at times like this. Impressed though I was, I nearly lost sight of her right away. No more getting separated from me. I ran after her so I wouldn't be left behind. As I wonder in anticipation, what kind of secret spot Shion had in mind, we left the crowd of people and went around to the back of the shrine grounds. Hey, wait, where are we going? We're getting further and further away. Shh. Just stay quiet, Paul. I'll understand soon. Shion gave me a wink that reminded me of Mion as she said that. No sign of people and not much moonlight. It was dark. We had gotten pretty far from the crowd of people on the shrine grounds. How are we supposed to see Rika-chan's dance from here? I see, there's some high spot around here, isn't there? Like a rooftop or anywhere you can look down at, right? What? I don't even know, Maroon. What? Why do we have to climb onto the roof? Well, how else are we supposed to see Rika-chan's dance? Did you really want to see Rika-chan's dance? Kei-chan, could it be that your strike zone is really low? I don't think we're understanding each other here. Weren't you going to show me somewhere I could see Rika-chan's dance from easily? What? Who made that promise? Nah! What's going on? Oh my god, was this? And this was like before Undertale. No, I don't want to overthink that. Why me? Why do I always misunderstand Shion? Is it my fault? Am I just reading the wrong things into it? Then why'd you call me all the way out here? With an expression that indicates she wasn't fully around, Shion pressed her index fingers to my lips and said slowly and quietly, "This place is dark, dead, and empty spot. You can't see it from the festival grounds, and all male and female of the same age are all alone together." Could this be Shion? She's not playing something crazy again, is she? Shh! Over there. See? Shion whispered, pointing into the dark underbrush. And there we saw two figures, one male and one female. What's that? What is that? Is that? I had to see enough of the... Oh god, I gotta control myself. See how to run. Of course. See closely. Tell who they are. I peered intently into the dark at Shion's suggestion. Oh, it's Tomitake-san and Takano-san. The two of them were clearly breathing quietly and glancing around to make sure nobody knew they were there, as they crouched before the entrance to a wooden storehouse-like building. Wait, Shion. This be what you wanted to show me. Kei-chan can see Rika-chan's dance anywhere, but you won't ever get another chance like this, okay? No, this is not an ASMR stream. I had thought the Sonosaki sisters each had their own personalities, but at times like this, they all seem too similar. I'm going back. Don't call me for something like this again. If you move now, see us. At our noisy argument, Takano-san suddenly turned around. Oh my! Who might that be? We held our breaths, trying to wait it out, but it seemed like Takano-san was now acutely aware of our presence. Shion and I exchanged glances, then gave up and climbed out from behind the truth. Well, hello there. The moon sure is beautiful tonight, isn't it? My. If it isn't Shion-chan and my Barakun. Good evening. Yes, the moon is certainly pretty. What's this, Keiji-kun? You sure are smart, you know that. Well, yeah, hi Jar Jar, how are you doing tonight? What's this, Keiji-kun? You sure are smart, you know that. Having a secret date in a place like this. Then I guess we could accidentally interrupt something important. You're the ones who were meeting up secretly. Tomitaki-san and Takano-san laughed to themselves. And it got on my nerves for some reason. Wait, so you two weren't having a little rendezvous then? Yeah, indeed. Of course we weren't. Though I don't dislike that kind of romance. Unfortunately, this wasn't the location of rendezvous either of you would want to see. Sorry for not living up to your expectations. If it wasn't a rendezvous, then what were you doing? Tomitaki-san, were you messing around with the padlock on the door just now? Huh? After she said that, I looked at the two of them again, and I definitely saw it. They were hunched in front of a warehouse door, fiddling with a pretty heavy-looking padlock. Guess we've been found out, huh? We were trying to break into the warehouse. Don't tell anyone, alright? Don't tell anyone. Are you thieves or something? I demanded unthinkingly, just because of how absently Tomitaki-san was grinning. Nah, never. Thieves are people who steal things, right? It's not like we were trying to take anything out of here. I see. Then why are you trying to unlock the door? This is the forbidden storehouse for ritual tools. They say only the Furaday family and a mere handful of others are allowed in. Forbidden storehouse? I took a few steps back at that and looked on the entire warehouse. It certainly looked like one, built removed from any signs of people, almost as if in secret. It was filthy, revealing how little was ever open. And it was built to be durable, giving it a strange, overpowering impression. Now that I looked at it more closely, it was certainly different than a normal house. This place, they're called ritual implements. Basically, this is a warehouse where they store such tools used in rituals. Or more accurately, maybe it's a temple where the implements are enshrined. The ritual hole Rika-chan is using for offertory dance was inside here until today. Of course, anyone here but the Furaday family enters. Oh, God. They bring impurity into it, so absolutely no one is allowed a single step inside it. It's a sanctuary. Shouldn't we absolutely not be coming to a place like this then? However, Takano was wearing a childlike expression, an innocent smile at best, and was terribly cruel grim at worst. I told you I was researching Hinamizawa's folktales and legends out of interest in them, didn't I? A lot of answers to questions I'm curious about are hidden away inside here. I've waited all this time until today for this chance. A chance? Everybody's eyes was fixed on the dance at the shrine grounds today. This was the ultimate blind spot. I see. I didn't know you had lock-picking skills, Tomitaki-san. Stop it. I don't want to be doing any of this, okay? Sorry for taking you along with me, but this is all thanks to you, Jiro-san. I really am grateful. Sheesh. This is the only time understand. This is the only time understand, Takano-san? I don't want to be sneaking into places like this. You really are a good person, Jiro-san. Clink! Tomitake-san undid the padlock and placed it to the side. It's open. Thank you. At long last. Takano-san gulped with an unusually excited air about her. She gave a heavy door a shove. A sharp smell of mold and dust flowed through the gap of the doors. I claim that curses didn't exist, but in this situation, I could believe in them. If we went into such a holy place with our shoes on, it feels like we could be punished somehow. How about it? You're You're accomplices too. You came all the way here, so why not come in and take the tour? It'll be a little trip to a museum of precious cultural artifacts that conceal the secret history of Hinamizawa. And it's only open today. We're not accomplices or anything. Aren't you interested though? Come on, let's take a peek. Shion said predictably. Linking her arms with mine. But we definitely shouldn't be doing this. This is the holy warehouse, isn't it? You said ritual implements, right? I really feel we shouldn't go in. And thanks for the host, Bosky. I really appreciate that. I'm part of the Sonosaki family, so I have a good guess as to what we'll find in here. But I wanted you to see it too, Kei-chan. You want to show something to me? I thought it was just a ploy, but Shion's eyes looked entirely serious. Of course, she was sort of who could lie with a straight face. I see. Of course, I was an average boy too. My curiosity was at least twice that of a more normal person. Sleeping, forbidden treasures, never to leave this warehouse. Chances like this don't come around too often. If I had to choose, then I want to see. Until the locked door is open though, I don't know about this. If you're not interested, Kei-chan, then you can leave now. I think you'll wonder about it later, though. Tomitake-san spoke after listening to our discussion, himself having sat down on the chairs to take a short rest. Now I'll keep watch here. Go in and check it out with them. Yeah, I know. I'm not too interested. But it might be pretty interesting for a young guy like you, Keiji-kun. He laughed. He said, laughing mischievously. There was no ill will in his laughter. Tomitake-san, do you know what's in here? Kind of. Takano-san told me all about it. Must be a pain to go along with your companion's unique hobbies, huh? Tomitake-san didn't answer that, only responded with a pained smile. Takano-san had this kind of scary air about her, Like she'd drop absolutely everything else for something she had an interest in and go straight for it, but Tomitake-san, on the other hand, seemed like the gold standard of what a normal person should be. Having him tell me so frankly to go check it out suddenly made me feel guilt a little lighter. Okay, but just a little. If it's not interesting, I'm leaving. You got it. Shion gave me another Mion-like wink. Looks like we're decided. Shall we go inside? Jiro-san will leave this to you. Tomitake-san waved his hand to see us off. The inside was pitch black, but Takano-san turned on the battery-powered lantern she brought, revealing a pretty cramped front room. It's so dark in here. Everyone take care not to trip over anything. I appreciate the concern. Okay, Dharma, keep a good watch. We're shutting the door now. Takano-san smiled spitefully as if leaving Tomitake-san out of something fun and began to close the door. Man. Alright everyone, have fun. There was a low, heavy and loud noise, and we were completely cut off from the outside world, covered in silent darkness. Takano-san's lantern was the only light we had. It'll be fine. It's an outdoor lantern with backup batteries inside. It won't go out or anything. Looks like Takano noticed my uneasy expression. I couldn't help but blush and avert my gaze. Deeper inside, there was a heavy and old but sturdy door with solemn decorations in it. It was the last door sealing away what was within. Strange how it was an antechamber, even though it's just a warehouse, isn't it? I believe it's all set up this way so that you open one door at a time, never letting the room with all the tools be seen from the outside. Takano-san explained this, awfully impressed by the construction. But still, it's really dark in here. Huh? That there over, I spotted a circuit breaker. Yeah, I know. Hanging from a clump of wiring, clumsily attached to the wall. Oh, here, isn't this a light switch or something? I flipped the biggest switch I can find, and with a click, the pitch black room was illuminated by an old bare light bulb. Everyone scrunched up their faces at a sudden strobe-like brightness. Don't! Before she even finished, Shion slapped my hand and flipped the switch back. But yeah, welcome to the stream from Bosky's stream, by the way. There was another loud click and the room returned to darkness, with only the lantern for illumination. Ow! You can't, Kei-chan. We snuck in here, remember? You turn on the light, it might give us away. That's quite the face, though. I'm scolded by Shion fairly harshly. It looked like she was worried about whether someone had seen them from the momentary light. It's alright, it was only for a moment. Takano-san remained a relaxed adult. It seemed like she was confident she could talk her way out of it if someone did see us. Let's go in. Here we go. There. The even heavier door opened, and this time, it wasn't just the dust that came out of it. There was a nasty smell. One smell was like opening a dust-filled cupboard in the back of a kitchen that hadn't been opened in years. And the other smell, the nasty one, was hard to explain, but it was like the raw odor of a fish market. Let's hope not. From the sound that echoed, the room felt larger than the first. Takano-san held up her lantern and revealed the contents of the expansive room. Whoa! At the back of the wall of the storehouse, right in front of us, was a Buddha-like holy object standing there, looking down at us. I was taken aback by the unseen force lit up by the slender beam of the lantern. That's the guardian god of Hinamizawa. Oh, jeez, especially in this background of Hinamizawa, Oyashiro-sama. It's far grander than the one at the shrine. Oyashiro-sama, so this is the spirit protecting Hinamizawa. The one guarding the holy land of Hinamizawa from the impurities of the outside world, and the ones delivering punishment after punishment upon those who attempted to sully the land with the dam construction. It looks like there are far more tools stored than I thought, but this is so sad. None of them have been maintained. Oh, unfortunate they're in such a state. Even in the dim light, I could see a lot of strange objects lying in the walls, ceiling, and shelves. Takano-san, speaking as if in a trance, was infatuated by the various implements filling the dark room. Oh, sweet Jesus, I'm not liking where this is going. They weren't very festival-like or traditional, but instead, this was more like a workshop of a blacksmith or a carpenter. There was a lot of wooden and metal tools packed in here. Putting it bluntly, it was all pretty boring stuff. Yep. I'd imagine there would be more artistic things in here from the Heian period, but these are a far cry from being cultural artifacts. My expression betrayed my dashed hope, and they caught on right away. Oh, is this not interesting for you? I'm not into literature or art, so I can look at this stuff, but I really don't understand its value. Keiichi-kun, you really do look like you don't get it. I guess that's only natural. Takano-san reached into a paper bag that she had been holding this whole time and took out a worn scrapbook and began to flip through it. Then just for you, Keiichi-kun, I'll tell you an old story. It's a common tale in this region. Even if you go in the library, it would even be on their recommended reading list. Telling stories in such a dark, creepy place? She must have a horror story in mind. Chion's face belied nothing but calm. If she had the same personality as Mion, she'd found fault with me being scared. I'll endure it for now and pretend to be calm. Okay? Alright, I'll read it. After confirming I was going to be quiet and listen, she began to speak softly like a kindergarten teacher reading through a picture book. Oh, this part of the soundtrack really feels unsettling. Long, long ago, in a certain village in the mountains, there was a swamp. The swamp was very, very deep. Some even called it bottomless. People said that it was connected to the underworld, the land of demons. The rumors said that it was deeper than the ocean, and that anyone it swallowed would sink into the underworld, a bottomless swamp. Its name was Onigaifuchi. Wait. I thought back to the story I heard yesterday about the sacrifices sinking in the bottomless swamp. Could it be that the swamp she's talking about? So then the village was Hinamizawa, right? You catch on quickly. That's right. Though it was called Onigaifuchi Village at the time. Onigaifuchi Village. That's a pretty inauspicious name. It evokes quite the image, doesn't it? I heard that its name was changed in the Meiji period. The name of the swamp connected to the underworld was called Onigaifuchi, which meant the demon's abyss. And the true name of this village, Hinamizawa, was Onigaifuchi Village. The villagers belonged to the abyss, or to the underworld, in other words. They lived their lives worshipping the swamp, said to connect to it. But then one day, demons began to appear, one after another from the deep swamp. The villagers feared that the underworld was overflowing. Ugh. The demons mercilessly attacked the villagers. They could only watch in fear. They could only do no more than hide themselves and tremble. So did someone exterminate them? Unfortunately, there is no Momotaro or Superman in this very fairy tale. Yeah, I couldn't resist that. Did they get the whole village together to fight them? Heavens, no! The villagers weren't nearly as strong enough to fight on equal terms with the demons. Then, the only recourse would be to flee the village. They couldn't do that either. To the villagers, it was their beloved homeland. It didn't matter how terrifying the demons, they wouldn't have run away so easily. Then, what did they do? Wouldn't they just get wiped out? Unable to fight and unable to run? All they could do was wait for the village to be destroyed? Then, when everyone had lost hope, their god, Oyashiro-sama, descended unto them. I see. Oh my god, like I'm seriously expecting some sort of internet screamer popping up from this. Even though I swear to god that was like before people thought using it constantly was funny. Well, at least like in 2007, like around YouTube started to become popular, like that was when the days people thought using those things were funny. Okay. Oh, I have goosebumps already. I see, so Oyashiro-sama, yeah I know, came down from the sky and beat up all the demons then. You're such a boy, Kei-chan. You always jump straight to the using force to resolve things. A little annoyed, embarrassed, I held my tongue. The thing about Oyashiro-sama, he wasn't a violent god who would beat them up, like you're saying. He was a kind god, filled with love and benevolence. The strength of Oyashiro-sama descended from the heavens, couldn't be compared to that of the demons. They didn't fight, they simply prostrated themselves before his radiant authority. Oyashiro-sama urged them to go back to the underworld from whence they came, but the demons wept and challenged them, saying they could never return. The world of demons too has harsh commandments. They claim they have been banished from the underworld. Demons, who didn't have a place to go either in the underworld or in the human world. Of course, they were at fault for attacking the village. They deeply reflected on it and were sorry. As the villagers conversed amongst themselves, little by little they came to pity the demons, and after talking with everyone in the village, they decided to live alongside them. A lot of fairy tales have them being exterminated or driven away, but you don't often hear one where they live in peace. You're right. Demons are supposed to symbolize all evils. A story where they decide to live together with humans is certainly strange. When the demons first heard the villagers' invitation, they doubted their ears but soon burst into tears of joy. The villagers have given them a place to live. It's said that in payment for this good deed, the demons shared their many kinds of power and secrets with the villagers. Oyoshiro-sama was very pleased with this happy exchange. He gave the demons the bodies of humans so they would be indistinguishable from the villagers. He himself decided to stay on the surface and watch over the everlasting peace between them. A land in which man and demon and God lived together. I had thought the word demon was a noun meaning evil that needs to be exterminated. A god may have meditated for them. But you don't often hear happy endings like that where both sides live in harmony. I see. I guess it is kind of interesting. Although the normal fairy tale ends there, it was revised quite a bit during the Edo period into a much longer story. After that, the humans and demons intermix, and eventually there was no difference between them. So demons ended up disappearing? No, not at all. Half of them stayed just as they were. The knowledge the villagers have received from the demons basically made them into something inhuman, what people call transcendent. They were well aware the power they had was heresy, and as those below worshipped them, they lived out their lives in secrecy. The story is the root of many derivative tales and pieces of fiction. It's the foundation, I mean. The basis. What do you mean by root? She means the part about the villagers having demon blood. What I mean is, all the legends around here are based on the premise that villagers are descended from demons. There was a hint of amusement in Shion's face as she said that. It was like she wanted to say that she too had demon blood in her. Is there any proof though? Maybe it's somehow rooted in a historical fact beyond just fairy tales. Oh, my Buddha-kun? Then do you believe that demons really did come out of the swamp and breed with humans? Well, it's not that I don't believe it, but when she said demon, she meant the ones from the underworld, but in ancient Japan, the word wasn't necessarily used to denote only that kind, right? The more well-known theory involves the drifting foreigner theory. As the story goes, Westerners who were shipwrecked in nearby seas had such markedly different customs that they were called demons. Japanese people were relatively similar in appearance to other Asians, but everything about those from the West were different. Their physiques, their faces, and their skin colors. In Japan, terms like red demon and blue demon evoke images especially of Westerners. Lacking in skin pigments, Westerners would sunburn and easily turn red. Being fair-skinned, I think blood vessels appearing on their skins would look blue too. A handful of accidental aliens would drift into Japan and came under persecution, being called demons. They would flee into the mountains to survive, turn into bandit groups and attack villages for food and the like. How does that explanation sound? Maybe it's a bit childish. Takano gave me a weird smile when, having come up with such an impromptu and hypothesis, I unconsciously followed it up with a deep deprecation. Still, she didn't smile as if to make fun of me. It's not ridiculous. There are a lot of people who subscribe to the drifting foreigner theory. Even so, nobody knows what happened. Were they groups of foreigners who just turned to banditry? Or were they really demons who come from the bottom of the world? Then, Takano-san, which one do you believe? Truth of the matter aside, I believe the more fantastic explanation. It's more fun that way, isn't it? She made her sound wee a bit. Her answer made her sound a wee bit like a romanticist. Here I thought she'd reject unrealistic stories like that. Now then, this is where the fun begins. Takano-san brought to an end of her storytelling and waits for the moment as if to tantalize us. Suddenly, Shion looked around as if it had something had caught her eye. Her head bobbed to and fro. She was making sure nothing had changed. What's wrong, Shion? I'm sorry. Please don't worry about it. Shion pretended as though nothing had happened. Takano-san also made sure nothing had happened, then rejected her throat and broached the next subject. I explained that half the villagers have demon blood. That blood they actually say is the blood of the kind of demon that eats people. Man-eating demons? That escalated quickly. That blood still runs through the villagers' veins. They say that sometimes the blood awakened from its slumber. I thought that the fairy tale had happy endings, with the human and demons living in peace, but it began to suddenly change into a brutal, bloody story. Oh, sweet Jesus. Well, they eat people. They say that every decade or so, they can't help but want to feast on human flesh. The villagers can't eat other villagers. So when this happened, it said they had descended on the human villages and conducted onikakushi. What's an onikakushi? Broadly speaking, it's when a demon kidnaps someone. When a person is demoned away, they say that the villagers of Onigaifuchi would overwhelm unfortunate villages in order to kidnap sacrifices. Takano-san's explanation was plain and simple, but when I imagine what must have been like, it was terrifying. They lose their human reason. The villagers turn into real demons en masse. They attack villages they loathe in a dirty world the masses below. And then they kill and eat their sacrifices. So they're no different from demons after all. What did Oyashiro-sama do? Wasn't he supposed to be staying in the village watching over them? Oyashiro-sama knew about it, of course. Onikakushi isn't indiscriminate. The villagers apparently never kidnap anyone other than the sacrifices decided upon by their god. In text, it's usually one or two people. A village inhabited by both human and inhuman. It was like a heartwarming episode colors had inverted, like a negative film, revealing the painful and ugly truth. So on the nights when they raided villages, they would feast on their kidnapped sacrifices, which is why the nights come to be known as Watanagashi. Watanagashi? Tonight's festival was Watanagashi. I couldn't reconcile the fun festival with the horrible tale Takano-san was telling me. Watanagashi, well, wasn't it Wasn't it about giving thanks to the futons we used over the winter or something? Hey-chan, Wata has another meaning, you know. It means entrails. Oh god. Shion, who had been silent until now, spoke up. Entrails? Oh yeah, I guess that's true. Like fish guts. Wait, what? Like a jigsaw puzzle, the fun times I had today and Takano-san's grotesque tale clicked together in my mind. Watanagashi, so gut spilling. Oh god. I didn't think anyone that could ever feel so nauseating. Yes, it's as you imagine, my Barakun. Right now, the Watanagashi Festival must be a somewhat early summer festival occurring. Might just be a somewhat early summer festival occurring every June, but it used to be different. It used to be a ghastly cannibalistic feast held on to the night villagers had collected their unfortunate dinner. Yeah, I know. That can't be true. I had no real reason to say that, but I couldn't help it. My Barakun, you said that Watanagashi is a ritual about purifying futons, right? What do you think the futons filled with cotton with wata represent? Futon are futons, they're beds, the things for sleeping in. What else could they possibly represent? I was rattling on, desperately attempting to deny the horrible festival that Takano-san was describing. Deep down, however, I found myself understanding all too well what she meant. Futons, stuff with cotton. If the cotton represented entrails in both pronunciation and meaning, then entrail-filled futons would have to be humans. Why don't you think back to the offertory dance Rika-chan performed? Do you know what she was doing up there? No, I don't. I didn't even watch the whole thing anyway. Shh. Hey-chan, you're getting too worked up. Shion grabbed one of my ears to reminding me that this wasn't somewhere I should raise my voice. Even so, I still can't suppress this agitation I feel. Rika-chan was carrying a festival hoe. You've probably realized it already, but that's not a hoe for plowing fields. It's a tool. Oh, jeez. It's a tool for dissecting human bodies. I didn't see the dance all the way through, so I don't know what kind of performance Rika-chan was putting on after I'd left. When I told this to Takano-san, she kindly explained Rika-chan's dance for me. To summarize what she said after what I've seen, Rika-chan would pierce the futons with that hoe. Yeah, I know, Maroon. Rika-chan would pierce the futons with that hoe, cut them open, and pull out the cotton inside. She cut the cotton out, one bit of it at a time, and set it afloat. That's the kind of ritual it was. Broadly speaking, it was a bombastic ceremony where they rip out the guts and throw them into the basin. And then the ritual was over. It's thought that afterwards the villagers, each with a piece of different role, dismantle the flesh piece by piece and feasted upon it. At Takano-san's strangely happy giggle, I felt that for some reason violently displeasure. Rika-chan, every day during our lunch break, she took a rice pounding mallet into the schoolyard. And she worked so hard, sweating bullets, to practice for the offertory dance she had done today. All that effort, all that work, Takano-san disgraced it, even though she worked so hard to practice for today. Takano-san, I think you should choose your words more carefully. Kei-chan's pretty naive, so please don't tease him so much. Oh, I think that was my noise of relief, you guys. Oh my god, that is so terrifying. A moment before I opened my mouth to express how angry I was, Shion popped at me. Shion must have been fully aware of how the story made me feel. I'm sorry, I thought you like a sort of that sort of shock value. Since you're a boy, Takano-san spoke without a hint of malice as she smiled gracefully. Yeah, after hearing all that, did you figure out what kind of stuff is in the storehouse, Kei-chan? See, look. Shion pointed out on the walls vaguely illuminated by the lantern light. There was, mere moments ago, they hadn't held my interest. They were boring-looking tools lined up on shelves. Ugh. All those uninteresting tools that I didn't understand how to use, they all suddenly took on a new meaning. I couldn't help but let out a groan. At first, they all looked like carpentry tools, like chisels or planes. However, when I thought back, I'd seen pictures of those sorts of tools before. Yeah, they came up in a Japanese history textbook. Yes, on a page introducing the Katai Shinsho, or the new text on anatomy. These sorts of things, they're printed realistically in the literature of Germany, capital of the medical world. These aren't carpentry tools. These strangely shaped tools, they're for dissection. Everyone knows that in the Edo period, they would, thanks to the hearts, they would dissect the corpse of those who had been put to death in order to gain knowledge of the Western medical techniques. Illustrations of the dissection tools were used at the time, came up in textbook supplements. The things hung up on this wall all looked exactly the same as those. If you want a scarier way of looking at it, think of them as cooking utensils. Hehe. Takano-san, holding the lantern, the only light source in the room, led us along the wall. She had the only light, so I had to walk after her whether I liked it or not. Look! Takano-san illuminated the coiled chain, which left a bigger impression than the other things we saw. The chain itself was nothing usual, but the further along the metal fetters that were like hinges, clearly meant for binding people. Kei-chan, look at that! Shion tapped me on the shoulder and pointed to a restraining table that was clearly shaped like a person. My spine froze, my blood felt like it was turning into sherbet as it crawled up on my back. On each of the joints, these things were like chains and iron balls attached. It was like the tables was searching for the next sacrifice, ready to spread their arms and wide and close them in. It's probably a chopping block. I think he strapped the sacrifice down to prep them for eating. The words chopping block sent a jolt through my body. Now, I'll be right back real quick. Okay, I'm back. I'm sorry, that was my mom that just came home. Oh, she better not scare me next time. When I looked more closely, there were many dark slices carved into it, as through from a knife and or a saw. They were the most clear-cut signs of usage you could ask for. It proved these tools weren't just for show, they were used for original purpose. If someone was trapped tightly onto this table, they probably wouldn't be able to move even a muscle. Their guts would be defenseless. You take one of those eerie cooking knives lined up over there and stab them with it. Oh, sweet Jesus, that foreshadowing in the anime version. And then you slice open their belly and dissect them. I heard the stories, but this is incredible. Before coming in here, Shion had mentioned she had a good guess of what was inside, but it seems to have exceeded her imagination. There's still more. How about it? More fascinating than a wax museum, isn't it? Takano-san had this happy expression like she was visiting a toy store for the first time. I don't get it. This Mio Takano person has some nerves of steel. Are these bizarre, grotesque objects that are fascinating to her? I, for one, was not enjoying myself. I'll be frank, this was all too weird for me. Still, there was something even more horrifying than all this. That would be none other than Takano-san herself. Takano-san holding the light lantern, giving off such a thin beam of light. If she suddenly turned it off, then what would I even do the next moment everything went totally dark? That's why I was scared. Takano-san had the only light, and anyway, I was scared. At some point, Shion had started holding on to my shirt sleeve. It was a little annoying to walk like that, but I didn't shake her off. That minor sensation allowed me to feel the presence of an ally, here and now. Before we have even walked halfway through the storehouse, the air I felt on my skin changed completely. These cruel tools lined up all crammed together in this place. Some were horrible ones to take away sacrifice's freedom, and some were tools made to efficiently disassemble and prepare the bodies for consumption. Those were just the things I understood. There were plenty of other strange looking objects that I couldn't even guess the purpose of. Now that I was here, I didn't have the slightest desire to hear the details about what sort of terrifying reasons they were meant to be used for. At the very least, they were all completely different from some sort of clean, simple killing function of a katana. Tools to kill people, obviously, constructed in such a way that they could kill people. If that was the goal, the person who used them on would obviously end up dead. The tools here, however, were different. The tools that were here were for cutting people, for crushing them, for boiling them and cooking them, and for grinding them. They were tools of torture. They weren't made to kill people. People dying was such an incidental result. Actually, they might not even kill them. If sacrifices could die during such a horrifying ritual process, that would be, but they didn't even die in the end. They remain in a state of horrifying pain. Perhaps they were being allowed to live. Only now, in this moment, did I realize just how terrifying and fearsome that difference was. People, you see, most of these wouldn't kill them if used properly. Takano-san has read in my mind display a shocking smile. Burning at the stake, the famous method of execution for witches, will kill the person immediately. We have found the witch! May we burn her? That's all I could think in my mind. That and, what, she turned me into a newt! A newt? Got better. Okay. When the body suffers extreme burns on the skin all over, the decomposition of the skin chemicals, makeup produces poison, like symptoms and immense shock to the victim. Though I suppose it's still very cruel compared to the guillotine. You have to wait far longer for that to happen. She describes such horrors in a strangely medical way. Shion immediately answered the question I have. Takano-san is a nurse. There's a saying that nothing can scare a doctor. I guess it's true. Oh, and also, there was a method of execution in ancient Rome where they will grill the person, just like a barbecue. They will cover the person in wire netting and slowly cook them over in a charcoal fire. To think the memories I went to a day camp with my family would come rushing back now, of all times, so vividly. That's what it was like. Apparently they wouldn't die too easily for some reason. According to one source, even if they roast one other person into a crisp for an entire night, they would be conscious to speak fluently. That's insane. You grill someone the whole day and they still be conscious. It's said that ancient Rome, famous for their execution, thought of plenty of ways to execute someone while having the victim stay alive as long as possible. Among them, there was one method. They would open the gut, pull out the intestine like sausages, and pull them up with a winch and put them on public display. Shion was behind me, clinging to me, not just because she was scared, she was protecting her stomach. You think someone with their intestines pulled out would die instantly, right? Actually, as long as you do it tenderly and thoroughly, it's apparently possible to pull them out while the person is still conscious. I felt a sick feeling in my stomach. It was like my organs were coiling up, just from Takano-san's stare. Though pulling them through with a winch was a rather exaggerated method. In a more barbaric way, they might slice open the gut, then cut the intestines out and throw them everywhere. It's quite imaginable that they did dreadful things that too, isn't it? However, those being put to death are conscious. It was far more terrifying than painful. She spoke with pleasure, as if she'd come here on a sightseeing trip. I heard Shion gulping multiple times near my ears. Perhaps Hinamizawa, or rather Onigaifuchi village, did something like that for the Watanagashi festival. Listen, if you try hard, can't you hear it? I wanted nothing more to not hear anything at all. So why, only at times like these, do I hear things I shouldn't be able to? Is it finally over? Takano-san, having realized she scared Shion, and I had enough at this point, smiled soothingly. Then she turned her heel, raised the lantern, and began to walk again. If Takano-san left us here, we'd get even further from the light. Shion and I, no matter how scared we were forced to follow Takano-san along on her field trip to the ritual storehouse. I suppose we've seen a bit of everything. See? This place is interesting, isn't it? She said, raising the lantern high at the center of the storehouse. The dim lighting didn't change, but for some reason it felt like I was able to see all those horrible tools at once. Kei-chan, look up! Shion stammered while grabbing the nape of my neck. I couldn't tell, but because it was so dark, there was a lot more tools hanging from the ceilings as well. They all looked like they were made out of iron bars, but then I figured it out. Cages. For cages, they were very small. Cramped cages just for one, like a casket. If you got locked up in here, no, you wouldn't get locked up inside it. It was another tool meant for restraining people, where the iron bars would squeeze you tightly. All the so many big and large things of shape were hanging down. Takano-san mentions of execution by grilling people crossed my mind. We weren't just surrounded on all sides by these terrifying instruments. Things crowding the ceilings were even hanging over our heads. There are many of these sorts of bird cages among European torture devices. I'm surprised to see them in Japan as well. Kei-chan, is there something in there? A person? A mummy? Where? Shion desperately pointed out to one of the many human-sized bird cages hanging out from the ceiling, but I couldn't tell which one she meant. Being that dark, there wasn't any way you could tell if something was there in the first place. I don't see anything. You sure you're not seeing things? Shion didn't seem convinced, but without a means to confirm for ourselves, we couldn't do much but wonder. Maibara-kun, after seeing this, have you come to believe in all of it? The countless terrible rituals passed down in Hinamizawa? It's got nothing to do with believing in them. Now that I've been shown the real thing like this, there's no possible way to deny it. Even the nations of Europe, with all their beautiful landscapes and legends, were like a maelstrom during the terrible witch hunts in the Dark Ages. It's well known that the era gave birth to countless gruesome forms of torture and execution. Japan was the same way. Didn't have its own era of underworldscape like torturous feasts because of religious suppression and things of that nature. Hinamizawa had such a period. It had that much history behind it. Even in Europe, like land of the witch hunts, that was all far in the past, no more than a series of historical events. And in this age, nothing that abnormal would ever happen. That must apply to Hinamizawa as well, and the Salem witch hunts. Just as Europe had its dark ages, Hinamizawa had one too. That's how this should be taken. Even if these things really happen in Hinamizawa, they're all long past. They don't have anything to do with people living in Hinamizawa right now. Maibara-kun, you really do like this village. Oh god, I'm hoping this is over. It didn't sound like she was making fun of me. Takano-san gave me a light smile. Takano-san, you're researching whether those customs survive into the present. You are right. You are right? No, Shion suggested something that made my heart leap into my throat. Are you telling me that all these horrible things are still going on even today? Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. What am I about to tell you is a secret, alright. Told you, Shion-chan, because you're an understanding person, but the other villagers don't want to hear it. If things go awry, I could be ganged up on and punished. Shion flashed with a devilish smile, as if reveling in the immortality of it. Or immorality of it. Maibara-kun, you keep it a secret too, okay? If this gets out, I would suffer Oyashiro-sama's curse or maybe made into a sacrifice. If it's the curse, Then I wonder what kind of death it'll be this year. If it's a sacrifice, then will I be thrown into the Onigaifuchi swamp while still alive? It is tonight, you know. The night of Oyoshiro-sama's curse. Takano-san bring her face right up close to ours. As if to say that she had a choice, she'd rather suffer the curse. That was the night she seemed to be implying. Takano-san took a fairly worn notebook out of her paper bag and then began to flip through the pages. There were all sorts of references and newspaper clippings attached to them and had all manners of things written inside. The letters were very small and bunched together, so I couldn't tell at a glance what it was about. What I really like to do is search through the national libraries for newspaper from the era, but here it is, a photocopy of a page where some book was slid into the notebook, and it too was written in small tight lettering. Like the other pages, I couldn't tell what it was about but just by glancing by. This is a story that actually happened. That was around the end of the Meiji era. They discovered an unknown mangled corpse, the victim of a murder in Onigaifuchi village. An old newspaper clipping attached to the page spoke of something that was no mere rumor or fairy tale. We don't have most police documents from time anymore, so it's all based on oral tradition and memories. See, it's not very clear, but it looks like a cutout of a newspaper from the Meiji era. Never before has there been a corpse treated with such cruelty and inhumanity. Could it be the work of a demon? Being a copy of a copy, it was very hard to make it out, but it was more than enough to make me feel strangely tense. Near the end of the Meiji era, in an old Onigaifuchi village, a mangled corpse was discovered. The identity of the corpse was unknown. It wasn't in a state of where it could be identified in the first place. It was missing a head and each limb was separated from the body. Skin had peeled off the entire body and there were markings that implied terrible torture in every place imaginable. Not only that, but the belly had been cut open by a sharp knife with the entrails dragged out. The police immediately began an investigation, but since they couldn't determine the identity of the victims, much less in a criminal, finding answers was extremely difficult. Do you understand what it must be like? I couldn't imagine such a strange sight, even if I tried. This is the first time I was ever thankful for my lack of imagination. The victim was skinned while still alive, underwent all kinds of torture, and was killed brutally. The author here also thinks that even after death, the remains were divided and dissected even further, the epitome of inhumanity. I'm of the opinion the entire process was performed while the person was still alive, though. What do you think, my Barakun? She spoke in a way to make me imagine even more vicious things. As my brain had already gone over capacity, however, there's no way I could imagine anything more brutal. Then I broke my gaze from Takano-san's, those strangely shaped weird tools all around us. I wonder if you could faithfully reproduce the mutilated corpses discovered at the end of the Meiji era with the tools found in this place. I want to deny it. I don't want to admit that something so terrible could happen at all. Even so, they were so strange, so terrifying. These tools, as if they had seen through my attempt to escape from them. They did nothing but ridicule me silently. So that creepy incident, what was it in the end? The author said that regarding Onigaifuchi village's dreadful custom, they survive into the recent post-Meiji days. And that perhaps they lasted until around the beginning of the Showa period. This corpse, which at a glance had been brutally killed after a period of torture. In actuality, however, it was the pitiful sacrificial remains of Man-Eater's terrifying feast. The corpse was just leftovers. It was so fantastic, so strange that I didn't feel real. It was an extension of Legends 2. It happened in the Meiji era, which is just too recent to be called a legend. Also, there's a newspaper clipping right there suggesting it. Okay, but even if it really happened, it was a long time ago. I mean, the Meiji era ended a few hundred years ago. That's all. Only 100 years ago. Besides, it kept happening even after the beginning of the Showa period. Oh, like it. I assume it's just gonna keep going and going and going, like it never stops. That's all. Only like with the uproar around the post-war canned flesh incident. Oh, I apologize. This story was taboo, wasn't it? Takano-san. Yeah, I know. Immediately stop talking as if it were Chion. Chion briefly looked somewhat angry, but that expression had disappeared. Huh? Takano-san, what did you say? Candid flesh? Just there was a huge creaking noise. Everyone whipped out around to look. It was Tomi Take-san, who had opened the door slightly. Did I startle you? Oh, Jiro-san. Could you not resist seeing the scene inside? This is a splendid treasure trove of torture devices. Is it finally over? I'll pass on that. I'm bad with this sort of thing by nature. Takano-san held her stomach that had muffled her laughter, as if she wanted to make a comment about his masculinity. In any case, the dance and ceremony are over, and everyone's going down the stream. The festival will be over within minutes. Oh, that's no good. My Buddha-kun is such a good listener that I couldn't help telling stories. I'd really rather you not mention me in a place like this. Jiro-san, could you wait out in front? I want to take a few pictures. There are actually a lot of tools I want to bring home, but we obviously can't do that. Takano-san took the camera out of her paper bag and began to snap the photographs. She looked like she was having fun, like she was on a scavenger hunt. Keiji-kun, are you leaving too? I've seen enough. Shion, you're good too, right? Let's get out of here. I want some fresh air. I agree. Let's leave. I did feel a bit of hesitation at leaving Takano-san by herself in the darkness. When I thought about it, though, I realized whatever kinds of evil spirits and ghosts lurked in the darkness, none of them could hold a candle to how scary she was. Even if a phantasm were to appear, she'd be overjoyed and flash a camera at it. Oh my god! Relief. Okay. It seemed like Shion shared my somewhat rude mental images. Yeah, I know. Finally. I'm even surprised I could even keep a chill tone while reading all this stuff. My somewhat rude mental images, we exchanged glances and smiled painfully. We left Takano-san, bathed in her strobe of camera flashes, and decided to go leave the ritual storehouse. Oh my god, hi Nightbot. I know I'm talking to a bot, but hi. Oops. Everyone at the festival seemed to have gone to the streams, so their voices were distant. The voice of the bugs, on the other hand, were clear, lending an empty feeling of isolation to the place. Like the other two that are watching. How was it? Interesting? Tomitake-san gave us a somewhat mischievous grin. He should be able to tell by looking how pale our face was. I should have kept watch outside with you, Tomitake-san. Tomitake-san laughed so delightfully away from our dark feelings. How did you fare, Shion-chan? Were you scared? I was prepared for it, so I wasn't too afraid of it, but... Yeah, I know. But seeing the real thing was powerful. Shion spoke like she wasn't scared at all. She really had been quite afraid. But seeing as how I was in a way worse state than her, I didn't have much room to talk. As Tomitake-san grinned candidly, my mind, exhausted and locked up by nervousness, began to calm itself. Was Takano-san an adult about this low expedition? You know, she seems like a child sometimes. I was worried she'd be way too excited. Both Shion and I laughed and left as our answer. Hopefully she was only looking at things. I'm worried she'll sneak in something out of there or mess with the ritual implement too much and break it or something. Right, that's quite possible. She is alone in there right now. She might pilfer something small and easily conceal hiding in her pocket. Yeah, I can see that. Shion said what I was thinking. You sure she didn't break anything? I could clearly hear some noises like someone jumping up and down. I was getting pretty nervous. I'm sorry, I ran out of film. Jiro-san, if you have any more, could I use some? Takano-san suddenly appeared where we were talking about her, taking everyone by surprise. Tomitake-san smoothly grinned and responded as if nothing had happened. He's pretty mature. I'm all out of spare film. Sorry about that. Jeez, you won't win any Pulitzer prizes by not stocking enough film for any occasion, you know. I suppose that's it then. Tomitake-san scratched his head apologetically. Without film, we're done here. Takano-san seemed to have given up because of that too. We checked carefully to make sure we haven't left anything inside. Then we closed the door and turned the heavy padlock we left beside it. Takano-san, you didn't sneak anything out, right? How rude. I'm trying not to be that childish. Kerclack, Tomitake set the padlock to the way it was before. From a cursory glance, it didn't look like thieves had snuck in at all. Okay, let's get over to the stream ourselves. If we don't set some of the cotton afloat, there won't be any point in coming to the festival. Tomitake-san brightly urging us all on, setting cotton afloat down the stream. I shake my head a few times, driving away the dismayed thoughts as to the double meaning. Takano-san, looking at the low letdown, kept turning back to the glance at the ritual storehouse. Let's just leave it at that, alright? You saw enough to sate your curiosity, didn't you? Oh, not at all. Everything I found, I renewed my interest. All those stories and legends suddenly hold water. After today, I'm going to change the way I look at all of this. Wow, she's truly indomitable. Her curiosity really is something still interested in all of this, through and through. We descended the stone stairs and all the people crowding the streams came into view. Near the bottom of the stairs, we could clearly see people receiving cotton that had been cut out for them, then wishing upon the cotton and setting it afloat down the stream. The festival was already over. I missed my chance to photograph the best part of Watanagashi. Oh, but it's not too late. I'm going to go set some afloat. Perhaps you could take pictures of me. Takano-san, with an impish smile expression, brought her head to Tomitake-san's shoulder. Despite his age, he looked embarrassed. He felt a dishonest respect for Tomitake-san, man to man, for dating such a handful of a woman. Goodbye then, Maebara-kun. Shion-chan? We're going down to the stream. Would you like to come with us? No, I couldn't get in your way. Please, take your time. Shion waved her hand to them with an expression just as impish as Takano-san. Tomitake-san, on his part, seemed to want us to come, but whatever. Shion gave a big stretch and sat down on the stone steps. I'm pretty worn out. Same here. I'm exhausted too. Hey Chan, this is your first Watanagashi, isn't it? You go on, don't mind me. I'm tired, so stay away from the crowd. Yeah, we're going to go now. We barely slip into the end of the cotton drifting ceremony. My sister and your other friends might be looking for you too. Go on. Oh yeah, right. They've been by themselves ever since we got separated. I'd feel bad if they were looking for me. And Shion suddenly got a playful look over her face, then put her index fingers on her lips, as if telling me to keep this a secret. My sister is the type that gets really jealous. If she knew I was hogging you all this time, she'd never let me hear the end of it. So keep it tonight a secret, and congrats on leveling up, Maroon. Keeping tonight a secret. Don't say things that are so embarrassing. Not only because of that either. Considering what we were doing tonight, we really need to keep it a secret. Oyashiro-sama's curse might happen tonight, and we four would be the prime candidates. Oh boy. The loosening threads of tension became taut again. Shion, however, bursted out laughing. Alright, I'm going to get out of here before I run into my sister. I really am tired, so I don't have the endurance to put up with her anyway. I can tell if you get along with her or not. You're welcome. We get along. Though as she said that, her vague expression explained there is a lot of oddities in a relationship between twins. I'm the only child, so I really don't get it. Make sure you get along with her, okay? Right, thank you kindly for your meddling. Okay, I'm gonna go. You should hurry up if you want to make it, Kei-chan. Watanagashi is really about to end. Shion stood up and brushed the dust off her backside. After watching her do so, I returned my eyes to the final ceremony with the Watanagashi festival below me. Seriously though, what's that sound anyway? Kind of unpleasant and creepy. Huh? What sound? The sound. You know, the banging noise. It was really loud, wasn't it? I was giving her a blank expression, so Shion stared hard at me. I stared hard at her too. Sorry, Shion. Could you give me the short version? What was making that noise? Wait, Kei-chan. It didn't bother you? When all said and done, it was like we were speaking two different languages. Shion, explain it to me without the jokes from the beginning, will you? What's this about a noise? Kei-chan, you quit joking around too. Really? Honestly, it didn't bother you. Neither of us were giving it any ground. None of us, and both of us were staring at each other in disbelief. We were answering questions with no signs of actual conversation in sight. Baffled, I held the urge to shout at her and asked politely one more time. I'm going to ask one more time, okay? I'll ask you the questions. Shion nodded silently. Okay, here goes. You said there was a sound. What are you talking about? The banging sound. It's like a kid jumping on up and down on the floorboard, something far away. Somewhere far away. It really didn't bother you? There was nothing to be bothered by. When did you hear this? I never heard anything. Wait, Kei-chan, are you serious? Shion asked. If she didn't understand my plain and simple answer, pressed me further, her expression serious. I have no clue what she's talking about, but if it has Shion acting so like this, whatever it was, it gave me the creeps and sent chill down my spine. It was while we were walking around inside the ritual storehouse with Takano-san. About the time she started her stories, I think it was. Little by little, louder and louder, off and on. She heard a banging sound like a child jumping on distant floorboards. That can't be true. Don't start trying to scare me after all that. I didn't hear anything at all. In fact, it was so utterly silent in there that my own heartbeat was almost deafening. Please don't try to scare me either, Kei-chan. It was like something was making noises in time with Takano-san's scary stories, and I was totally creeped out the whole time. The chill rose from my spine to the back of my head, and my blood turned cold as it crawled up my body. When it reached my head, my mind froze over. You and Takano weren't paying any attention to it at all. I pretended not to hear it either, but you heard it, right? It happened to a bunch of times, and it was really loud. Shion's eyes were begging to tell her I heard it. I had no doubt, however, that my own eyes suggested that entirely different. You gotta be kidding, look. In that storehouse, we were surrounded by brutal ritual tools like they were from another planet, listening to terrifying old stories. The whole time Shion had been hearing a sound that we couldn't hear by herself. Did that make Shion, who heard it, tremble, or should it make me, who didn't hear it anymore, tremble? I didn't know the answer to it at that time. For now, Shion seemed to have made that decision before I did. What are you laughing about? I really got you, Kei-chan. I was fibbing the whole time. What? Shion laughed, saying how easily scared I was, and clapped me on the back. Her smile seemed somehow artificial, and actually made me feel worse. Then after leaving me with 2 or 3 more generic diplomatic goodbye phrases, she left, almost like she was running away. All I could do was look after her, my mouth agape. At the end of the day, I didn't have a clue what was going on. Shion laughed it off and said she had been lying, but she couldn't possibly have been lying. Of course not. And now that I think back, Tomitake-san said the same thing, didn't he? I could clearly hear some noises like someone jumping up and down. I was getting pretty nervous. Tomitake-san, the most neutral party present at the time, had said he heard something. Then, that noise, it was real? The banging sound is almost a child was jumping up and down on some kind of floorboards far away. Oyashiro-sama's curse, which happens every year, might happen again tonight. The most plausible victim candidates were Takano-san, Tomitake-san, Shion, and me. The bustling of the people sounded further away than I would have liked. Then the sounds of insects sounded too close for comfort. I'm near so much human wharf, and yet I can't ever go back there again. That was an ominous idea that sprouted in my mind. Then all of a sudden I pounced back on behind, causing my heart to lurch. Eiji, we found you! Oh. Oh. Oh God, thank you, Jesus. Sometimes I may have some like Catholic faith in me still. Okay. Keiji, we found you! It was Rika-chan. When I turned around, Mion and Rena were there too. Mion sighed and said, "We finally found you! Now we just need to find Satoko." Everyone got split up this year. We should make sure we have somewhere to meet up afterwards next year. How? You're right. It's a festival, so we should all be together. I listened to Mion's happy declaration with a little bit of guilt. Keiji, did you root for me while I was dancing? Ah, yeah, I saw it all. You did a great job all the way through. No mistakes either. Yeah, that's right, Rika-chan. That didn't count as a mistake. I tense up and realize as I've made my mistake of my own. Mion slapped a hand on my shoulder, a little roughly. A gross sweat broke out over my whole body. Did you do it too, Kei-chan? Did you get some cotton and send it down the stream? You haven't yet, right? It's what I could feel her saying. Without the courage to tell any more lies, I lifelessly shook my head. Huh? You haven't, Keiichi-kun? You should go now, or it'll be over. It'll be over. Sorry. This isn't my first Watanagashi, so I don't really understand the rules and stuff. That's right. Sorry. Mion took my hand, and we started walking down the stone steps. Hey, Kei-chan? What? Did you see Shion? My heart skipped another beat. Maybe Mion could sense my surprise through my hand. No. Well, I sort of think I saw her. You two look so alike, though. It might have been you. You wouldn't have gotten that wrong. We're wearing different clothes. Huh? Oh, that's right. Mion's momentary silence was like a death grip upon me. I just can't do anything about that, Shion. Well, it's like it's her we're talking about, so we can just leave her be. Mion's expression returned to her former usual smile, and we continued down the stone steps, her firmly pulling my hand along. Okay, I think that was even more terrifying with the one, more unsettling with the one with, oh, what's in one? Like Rena screaming lies. Plumbing the depths, yeah. Watanagashi. The rite of Watanagashi is performed during a village festival every June even now, but reading back to its origin turns up a seriously sanguine ceremony. Originally, Watanagashi would happen at fixed intervals, and after receiving Oyashiro-sama's trust, they chose a sacrifice. Then the entire village would kidnap, demon away a person, and ceremoniously dissect and devour them in a feast. The rules that determine the intervals are shrouded in mystery. This is because the ceremonies occurred extremely irregularly. There's a theory that it's determined based on the astrological fortune telling, but it isn't too convincing. The residents of ancient Onigaifuchi firmly believed that they were half man, half demon transcendents, that they were more valuable than humans were, and they forced people within and without to accept that. Perhaps the act of kidnapping and eating people was done to prove that they were higher up on the food chain. This is just a hypothesis, but maybe the rite of Watanagashi was a political event for the purpose of either being an outlet for or outright diverting the attention of the villagers of isolated Onigafuchi. In any case, any of their complaints or dissatisfaction grew serious. If that was the main reason where these ceremonies were held, then it's easy to explain how erratic they were. Scrapbook 5. I can't find anything that gives a concrete description on what the ritual implements were like. They were, however, real, and there definitely existed a multitude of different kinds. One source states that the implements used in the Watanagashi rite alone numbered 200. The obvious question is, why they required such a myriad of them? The rite of Watanagashi was to kidnap people through the demoning away, dissect them, and eat them. I believe that the tools were for dissection and restraining, but 200 of them is far too many. Generally, tools evolve in such a way to reach a solution for a certain problem. Once you've reached the ultimate goal, that is, attain a certain level of efficiency, the tool's evolution normally stops there. Regardless, why would they have created so many different kinds? One of the cultural elements responsible for diversification over time is that of entertainment. Tools used for entertainment evolve over time and branch out. Unlike normal tools, reaching the ultimate goal will be more of a dead after the end, and in searching for the next goal, they will split into many different subtypes. So then perhaps it's not a stretch to suggest these 200 plus implements had some entertainment value. This is just a hypothesis, of course, but maybe the human dissection process was viewed as a type of entertainment. 3 families of old would develop one new implement, dissection tools, after another, and each was very novel and attracted to spectators to keep them from growing bored. It's not unimaginable. All of them had to be enshrined within that storehouse. There wasn't much longer until the night of Watanagashi. Though its original intent had been lost, I will reveal the secrets of the traditional ceremonial night within the ritual storehouse. I can't restrain my excitement. Watanagashi cannot come soon enough. Late that night, tensions in the police station were strained. In the silence, many of the SAP members' eyes shifted back and forth between the clock and their telephones, counting the seconds in that stifled atmosphere. Kumagaya-kun burst in with a young guy trailing behind him. Oishi-san, I've got an autopsy result. The autopsy resort. The court physician just got here. I'm ready to go, sir. I'll head straight for Gifu. Kuma-chan, things have gotten a bit complicated. They appear to be having a very difficult time determining who the victim is. Could they have been dismembered? Nope. Cooked to a nice light brown. He spoke in sportive tones, but the meaning behind his words was heavy. The staff gave a collective sigh. All the way, head to toe, completely blackened it seems. Probably smells terrible too. What a shame it is to be Gifu-san. Cooked with no possessions, then discarded outside the prefecture. At worst, it would have taken a week for the body to be identified. The fact that they sniffed it out tonight was huge. Kumiyama-kun and a few others are performing a thorough night raid on the dentist in Okinomiya. All we can do is hope a tooth matches some medical records. Sorry. Could someone go buy me 1 or 2 boxes of Ultra Mild? The young guy answered, and affirmation darted out into the hallway. We did an excellent job finding it this year. It could be that the people who disappeared in the past were scattered outside the prefecture like this too. And over time, then why not bury them? Or sink them into the Sea of Japan, or Lake Biwa, or something like that. Why though? Hasn't the pattern so far been one person dies and another disappears? Kuma-chan, the corpse was inside an oil drum, unrestrained and cooked. They probably burned them after strangling them. They knew it would be found. So what do you mean is from the beginning? And hi, a cute child. How are you doing tonight? You just came at the last minute as well. So what you mean is from the very beginning, they didn't want a person to disappear this year. Not so much that as they just aren't related. The person didn't disappear. In fact, whoever did it seems to have wanted to make show of it. You mean, it could be a warning. He folded his arms and then heaved a long and heavy sigh. Yep, that might have been the case had it appeared in town. If they messed it up, taking the victim far away and burning them alive would have been noticed. If they meant it as a warning, they should have done it closer to Inamizawa. They wanted to emphasize the fact that they killed the victim, but instead doing it somewhere for dramatic effect. Like, who do you mean? They did it outside the prefecture. Did they want to emphasize it or hide it? Boy, I do wonder what Oyashiro-sama is up to this year. A telephone rang through the heavy silence. A staff member nearby snatched up the receiver. Oishi-san, it's Komiyama. They have it. The dental clinic in Okinomiya fixed the wisdom tooth 3 years ago. What about the records? Complete with x-rays. Well, I feel bad for waking up the dentist before dawn. Kuma-chan, get out there as soon as you get the records from Komiyama-kun. Will do. Oh, it's the chief. Thank you for coming out at this hour. Oishi-san, my apologies for my lateness. What about the situation? What's the situation? Well, it's just getting good, you see. We're all getting fired up. Woo! Finally, it's over. I think I'm probably gonna have to listen to my Oblivion playlist for tonight, because oh my god, that was unsettling. I don't know, I think that topped the unsettling parts in Onikaikushi-hen. So yeah, I'll get the schedule next week. I mean, it's the obvious as always. Oblivion, The Sims 2, Rise of Nation, Pokemon Gold, and whatever I play on the weekends. Or Pokemon Ruby, since I'm doing post-game, my bad. Oh god. So, yeah. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys next time. Take care.